ngiqeda ukumthinta manje uthi unenkinga ye-network ngayena ukuthi uzosijoyina i-meeting isaqhubeka.
Okay, and that doesn't affect our quorum, ne?
No, not really.
Okay. Let me know.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes, ngicela ukwazisa umhlangano ukuthi umhlangano wethu namhlanje uzostreama live ku YouTube. Ama problems esike sawabona kama ku streama live umuntu ongakangeni akabe sakwazi ukungena waqala umhlangano ungena nje angakwazi ukuparticipate abukele nje kuphela angakwazi ukucontribute. Thank you.
Okay.
Ngathi usengenile ubaba umthethwa sihlalo.
Oh, okay.
Sengikhona
sawubona Nyambosi.
Hey, ngibeka kabuhlungu la sekufile ngiyabonga.
All right.
Ngiyabingelela sihlalo.
Ubani lo?
Nyambosi usekhona.
Oh yes, Nyambosi, you are welcome. Say understand inkinga yakho Nyambosi.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Yes, iyeza le service delivery nangakuwe.
Okay, siyabonga sihlalo.
Mr. Nkosi sozwa ngawe when you are ready so that we can start. Ngathi sekhambe naye manje.
Cha ngikhona sihlalo ngiyaxolisa. Kushoda ke no HOD no MEC sihlalo sisazama ukubafaka phakathi.
I think the language we need to be taught the language yale platform.
Okay. Sihlalo usengenile u-HOD sihlalo.
Usazama MEC.
Connecting. Yes, sihlalo sazama MEC.
Yeah, ndiyabava ngabantu abathethayo but ke I think
Hayi
Dithini? Mike, sure.
Hey.
I'm sure I muted it. I just
All right, make sure. Yeah, Sihlalo.
Yebo.
Sihlalo u-HOD sengenile kodwa uthi usanenkinga ye-sound. Usazama ukulungisa i-sound. And then u-MEC uthi usanenkinga ye-network usazama ukuyilungisa naye.
Okay.
Nasenquthu kuyoze kulunge network ibe khona.
Yeah, this issue of connectivity is becoming urgent.
Papa sitshela entertain in the interim just tell ukuthi yena kukhuluma ngani noTira. Unombango abelunga abashaya isifanakalo nesizulu kule insuku.
Hayi bhuti asishayanga i-OU esikoleni thina sifunda izulu esiqondile. Asifundanga ngaphansi kwe-education kaMshengu.
Alikho isigaba lwamluko kangayo.
Papas mina bengithi uzositshela ukuthi uJohn ukhulumela bani. Angizwanga kahle intombazane imbuza ukuthi uphendula uthini.
Exactly.
Shuthi i-date yakho ibiphelile ngoba ngenanga lapha ehlathikule eWembezi.
Honorable members, so that you are aware, we have been informed that this meeting will be live streamed in different media platforms. Okay.
It will start at 10 o'clock. Sihlalo ungasingasajiswa kakhulu. Siyabhada ama-rules impela. Okwamanje sengathi wagangaza kancane ama-issues opurpose.
Hayi bengena ukuthi nibe aware.
Siyamxolisela uDuma.
Mhlawumbe kungamsiza noPapas ukuthi amana asale sesiphendula ukuze sidlule kahle kulolu daba.
Sesiza purpose kaze siyo video call please mfowethu.
It's cold here, ne? Can I have my socks, please?
I say yes, Shadow, it's the thing of the past.
Angeke ngifacilitate leyo anginalo igunya lokufacilitate leyo session.
Ngiyabakho thina sihlalo semthethweni thina ezeloda kazakalanga yena. Kodwa ikhona ebikhuluma. Upapa something uzoxoshwa shem.
Weduma bengicela ukubuza Weduma bengicela ukubuza i-ANC izovuma nini ukuthi abantu bahambe bayonika ukudla kubantu abalambile.
Currently doing that very fun.
Honorable Chair.
Hello, Mrs. Ratchansi.
Yeah. Are we waiting for the department?
Yes, the MEC and HOD are struggling to connect.
Oh, okay.
And our administrator or the IT team is trying to assist.
Okay, all right, okay.
Mm.
Ayikunzima ngoba umuntu la eSouth Africa uhulumeni engavumi ukuthi uthole ukudla okushisayo kunzima.
Ayihambe yopheka bakwethu yini bamavini. Kwafanele iziphekele kade yaqala ukusebenza nidla. Ama-capitalists by the way lawakhalayo njengamanje. The real South African people who are progressive are taking this thing into cognizance ukuthi bazofa. That is why we are saving lives, preserving livelihoods. Our theme these days.
Honorable Duma.
Chip.
We've done very well as a country in terms of COVID, our COVID response.
Even the bird can see that. Very true.
Yeah, not true, but if you compare, even on the news, all countries, you'll see that we've done very well to curtail infection rates per day and stuff like that. So we've done well, really well.
Thank you so much. Even the World Health Organization has recognized the effort, and they are saying, that South Africa, what is your holistic solution towards this thing? Because some of the countries have started following South Africa, because we have saved lives as much as we're clinical from the beginning, that it is not in our control, but we must ensure that we circumvent the situation. You can't be reckless. People
And the fact that
yes.
And the fact that we had so many, we've been plagued with all the HIV history, and you would have thought that we would have had so many vulnerable people and had more deaths. But in fact, I think the measures we took actually showed that even with all the comorbidities, we did exceptionally well for those reasons, especially.
Very fundamental. I'm afraid now we are talking the high proposition language. You still have to school purpose when it comes to those epidemiology issues, because it's at the basic principle of understanding. That's why it's worried about the hot food, whereas people are dying. Imagine a whole legislature will be complaining about food. Others can't even afford that food. So the contradictions that we have in our country, we have those who are regarded as the have and those who are regarded as the have not. And our battle is still at the epicenter of fighting for those who are regarded as the have not. So I think you are encapsulating the right spirit. You understand. You are the true leader of our people, not the leader of the minorities like Stian Hazen, who just mumbles. They want to fight for anything.
Where do ma?
Hello, Mommy. Hello, Mama. Kwabumkhulu.
Hayi usuwakhumbula impela ama-debate aka-legislature. Awume kancane. Sila e-committee.
I withdraw, Mom. I'm quiet. I'm going to be silent from now.
Usukhumbulile.
Ngenza lutho, Ma. My mouth is shut. I'm taking the command.
Chairperson.
Yebo Nkosi. Sihlalo uJesmi. Wallahi. Sihlalo.
Hello, members. Hello.
Hello.
Yes,
hello.
members. We seem to have a technical problem. The HOD is unable to connect, and the MEC. But our IT team are working on the issue. As soon as that matter is resolved, we will proceed with our meeting. Thank you. Wangathi kuhamba ogandaganda nje manje. Nompilo. Nompilo.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ngisacela ungi-SMS-ela i-list ama-stakeholders wakho that are present in the meeting so that we acknowledge them at the start of the meeting.
Oh, okay. Mhlawumbe khona assist ukujoyina sihlalo kodwa lapho esengibabona sebengenile ngizobabhala futhi ngizolokhu ngiyi-add.
All right.
Okay.
Why is this IT doing this when we have external stakeholders in our meeting? Yes, Nell. Oh, sorry.
Are you going to put your video on? You can put the video on, but I just need to hear their voices. I can't hear their voices. I don't know whether I hear mine.
All right.
Welcome, HOD.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Chesapeake. Can you hear me?
Wow. Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, HOD.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened here.
All right. Thank you very much. I think we can start the meeting now. If you are ready, HOD.
No, we're ready. There was a concern as well that my CFO was not being accepted to join the meeting. I'm not sure whether she has been accepted now. And because the people who will be talking today is the CFO, Didi Jimfusi, Chief Director Dlamini, Chief Director Dr. Mkize, and Chief Director Skakanya. And if those people have been accepted, I would really appreciate. And also Chief Director Zwane. Those are the people that must be accepted into the meeting they are going to be presenting on the various issues that have been raised.
Right. Maybe to make it easy for all of us, can all those people that the HOD has mentioned indicate their presence?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yebo.
Nkosi is present.
Fosi.
Zibusiso Dlamini is also present.
Dlamini.
Ayanda Madlala is present.
CFO. Sakane.
ADA is present.
Zwane Domo is also present.
Ane.
Business support is present.
I see CEO of ADA.
Present.
Who else?
Tabane Mkize, Business Support Chairperson present.
Oh yes, Mr. Mkize. All right. I think HOD Bapele. Hello.
Thanks, Lalo. No, iphelele ithimba Sihlalo. We can now start.
Now you are happy, HOD. You feel comfortable and safe to participate in this meeting.
Thanks a lot, Sihlalo.
All right, honorable members, colleagues, and HOD and your team, good morning. And thank you very much for availing yourselves for this meeting. You are indeed welcome. This is our normal or standard monthly meeting scheduled by the legislature to receive reports from the executive with regards to the work that they have promised the people of KwaZulu-Natal that they will be doing in the course of this the Today we will receive the reports as indicated from item 2 up to item 7, and later on the committee will deal with the committee members once we've concluded the matters that relate to the executive. Let me also, honorable members, welcome the stakeholders that are joining us today. I am told that we have stakeholders in the sector that will be participating in this meeting. I will acknowledge them as I receive their details. We also have members from the media that will be participating in our meeting today. The cluster manager in our briefing session also reported that this meeting will be live streamed in different media platforms. So please, honorable members, behave and so that we maintain the decorum of this meeting. With those few words, honorable members, colleagues, you are welcome. Let's just move now to point number 1.3, adoption of agenda. We have already checked the constitutionality of our meeting. We do correct, and I think we can proceed.
Honorable Chair.
Raj.
I can move for the adoption of the agenda.
Okay.
Honorable Raj is moving for the adoption of the agenda as presented.
Honorable Mtetwa, seconded.
Honorable Mthethwa seconds the adoption of the agenda. BN Mthethwa. All right. We now move to the departmental reports. I've just received a report that the MEC won't be joining us in today's meeting. There's an emergency that is attending to, but nevertheless, we do have the HOD, so the meeting will go ahead. That item where the MEC was expected to give us the remarks will now be offloaded and then move straight to departmental reports. HOD, over to you.
Chairperson?
Yes,
Thanks, Chair. It's Papas. I just wanted to find out, Chair, the nature of the emergency. Is it personal or work related? And if it's work related, can you please get an indication of what it is? It's very important when we have quarterly reports presented to us that were mandated by the executive to be presented to us, that we have the MEC here. And if she's not here for work related emergency, I think we need to know what it is. If it's personal, then I do understand.
All right. The report that I received is that the matter is of a personal nature. There is an emergency at home. She's at the hospital right now.
Thanks for the clarity, Chair.
All right.
Chairperson Duma.
Yes, Honorable Duma.
I'm afraid we are setting a wrong precedent. There's never been a time, or there is no rule that stipulates that after your apology, you must table the details. It means that from now onwards, other members will be even asking what type of sickness you had. So it's not correct, Chair. We must not accept this. It's not part. When we receive the apology from the chairperson, we take it as it is.
Can we now move to the presentations, honorable members?
Let's do so, Chair.
HOD, please lead us in this item.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. Once again, let me take this opportunity to greet the Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, stakeholders present, media present, as well as my colleagues. Honorable Chair, let me firstly apologize for the glitch that we had this morning. I hope the matter was not on our side, but the technology is also giving us new learnings and entering new ventures. Chairperson, we have set up our presentations as per the agenda that the Chairperson requested. However, I must also indicate that we are meeting at a time, Chairperson, where we are faced with an unknown pandemic that one cannot estimate or project the impact in terms of our sector in particular. Even the intervention that we've packaged cannot really be meaningful to confirm that we are on the right track. So we are in the world of the unknown. There are meetings all over. As I speak to you now, the provincial command structure is seated next door. As soon as I finish, I might join that meeting as well. There was another meeting this morning where we are trying to assist other departments also to find solution in terms of dealing with the challenges. The biggest challenge that we have, Chairperson, which I know members will find it somehow questionable in a sense that we're now relegating our responsibilities from the mandate given by government. It's around the issue of trying to assist department to curb cost in terms of our intervention to deal with COVID-19. We are assisting our farmers. We have developed a plan to assist our employees to return to office and also to make sure that the sector is alive and also is supported. But we also have a responsibility with our limited resources, especially our technical team, the technicians, the scientists that we have. There's quite a lot of requests coming to us in terms of research around indigenous plants. There's also a request also that we need to research around Mhlonyane as well as what are the ingredients with the plant. Is it working? Is it a remedy? Can we really come as KwaZulu-Natal after the research, working with some universities that I said the team has linked with, and other experts in the field? Because there's a lot of pressure that people want to come, especially around indigenous herbs as well, and medicinal. So these are some of the challenges that we are looking at in terms of our support for the chemicals to deal with the sanitization program. Is another challenge that we're trying to address, because we find a model that can save government a lot of money if we build our own capacity as a state to deal with these issues. But these are some of the challenges, Chairperson, that we're dealing with. The issue of hunger with our farmers, we're also developing mechanisms to support in terms of fundraising for food that we have started. We are looking at, there's a partnership recently announced by AFASA to say they want to come on board, which we appreciate. The MEC is developing a program where they'll be meeting and hand over the donations that will assist our farm workers, those who are living without anything to eat. So there's quite a lot going on behind the scene, and we are grateful that the portfolio committee has called us to give a progress report in some of these activities, and also account to the portfolio committee as the oversight structure within our government, to ensure that whatever we do is in line. The team has prepared responses, Chairperson, and we hope that they are addressing the issues that we have requested us to address. I must confirm, Chairperson, that whatever we present today, as a team, as a collective within management, and in consultation with the MEC, we have discussed those issues, and we are adequate. We are confident that the responses are adequate, and they are covering an array of issues that might come from the portfolio committee members. Thank you, Chairperson, and let me hand over back to you. Thanks a lot.
Right. Thank you, HOD, for those opening remarks. Honorable members, like I indicated earlier on, that I will be introducing the stakeholders as I receive their details. In this meeting, we do have Commissioner Nzimande from the Public Service Commission. Ma'am Nzimande, you are welcome. We also have Professor Modi from UKZN, Mr. Zondi, who is representing AFASA, and thank you for your donation, Mr. Zondi. Mr. Lawrence from Biotech, Sandy from KwaNalo. Hi, Sandy. And Babusbia representing SAFDA. For now, those are the stakeholders that I have on my list. But as we move on, I will come back and give you the details of those who would have joined us in the course of our meeting. HOD, who is leading us in the fourth quarter report, is it the CFO or Mr. Dlamini? Sorry, Mr. Mkize.
It's going to be Mr. Mkize, Chairperson, who will lead us on the fourth quarter report. But before Mr. Mkize comes in, Chairperson, I must also highlight that there were changes in terms of the submissions timelines, and there was an extension, I think, for a month for the submission. Mr. Mkize will explain. But as the department has completed the fourth quarter report and is prepared for submission. Chairperson, on my opening, I also omitted that there is a work stream developed, led by Professor Modi,
at some point, we will, once their report has been finalized, we will request to come in and present. If that would be okay with the chairperson at some point once the report is done. That report is around the recovery plan for the economy of KwaZulu-Natal, focusing in agriculture in particular. Utabani will come in, ma'am, and present the fourth quarter report. Thanks. And
all right.
yeah, thanks, chairperson.
Thank you, HOD. We are aware of the extension that the Minister of Finance has given to all the departments, and we appreciate that the Department of Agriculture was ready to present this report today, HOD. Mr. Mkize, over to you.
Good morning, Chairperson, and to the honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity. As indicated, Honorable Chair, I will be providing a report on the fourth quarter preliminary report of the department. May I just check, Chair, if the Secretariat is operating the presentation for me?
Yes, he is.
Okay. If we can move to the first slide, thank you. Okay, as indicated, Chairperson, we continue to provide these reports because we are fulfilling our legislative mandate to submit the performance to oversight structures such as the committee, and the report is the final installment for the financial year 2019-2020 in terms of our annual performance plan. We are currently validating this performance report, and simultaneously we are preparing the annual performance report, which possibly in the future meetings of the committee then subsequently table. If we can move to the next slide. Okay. Can we move to program 1? Thank you. Okay, Chairperson, we are starting with the first program, which is corporate services. And in this regard, we are reporting a good performance where most of the indicators were achieved, with the exception of the two, which is a business automation process, where we had able to go ahead with its planned automation because of the IFMS moratorium that was placed by the National Treasury. But in response, the department has subsequently identified several ICT solutions that it is intending to automate in this new financial year. And then the other area that the department did not do well is on the filling of funded vacant posts, where we were only able to fill about 3% of the post. And in this regard, all the posts had been advertised, which were falling on phase 1, and they were shortlisted and several interviews were scheduled. However, at the time when most of the interviews were supposed to take place, unfortunately the lockdown restrictions came into effect, and most of those positions were unable to be filled, and that also include the posts that had been on phase 2 and 3 as well. But in other areas, the department performed quite well, including on skills development interventions, where the targets were fully achieved, as well as the department meeting with its entities. Then we can move on to financial management, Chair. With respect to financial management, there were two active indicators in this particular quarter. The first one is the percentage of valid invoices paid within 30 days. And the department always endeavors to pay its service providers within 30 days. But in this particular regard, only 9% was achieved. So there's still a bit of a challenge in terms of delays being experienced by the end users in submitting invoices for timeous payments, and sometimes the verification that program managers have to do on invoices then lead to more time taken for payments. In terms of submitting our in-year reports, all of that was achieved. So we can then move to the next program, Chair. With respect to sustainable natural resources, honorable members, the department experienced challenges with the first three indicators for infrastructure. So the first one talks about the number of agricultural infrastructure established, and then the second one talks about the rehabilitation of those infrastructure, and then issues around fencing. So what happened here is that, or the reason for the underachievement, which we can see on establishment, which is a negative 44, and also on rehabilitation, was that the department had put out a bid, ZB 426, which had to be cancelled because after awarding that particular bid, the National Treasury gave an instruction note to departments that all those not comply with local content needs to be cancelled. Otherwise, it will become irregular expenditure. So the department cancelled this particular bid in November 2019, and as a result, it was unable to proceed with infrastructure-related activities. So that then affected that particular area. On the other areas, there was an underachievement on hectares protected to improve agricultural production, and that is mainly due to the variation of the request that the department receives, as well as on farm management plans, but already the annual output has been achieved. And when it comes to the disaster relief schemes, members would recall that the department announced a disaster relief scheme in Q3. So that particular activity was done in the prior quarter, and the department is continuing to provide support to farmers who needed that particular drought relief. On the true land care indicators, the department overachieved, and this was due in the main to the additional budget which was provided in Q3 because the department was performing well on EPW. Moving on to the next program, Chair and honorable members.
Sorry, Mr. Mpize. Honorable members and our colleagues, can we please switch off our mics? Mr. Lawrence, is your mic off? Thank you. Right.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Under farmer support and development, there was an overachievement on the smallholder producers supported by 432. We also supported more commercial farmers, and this was mainly due to the fact that there was stock available for the department to support those farmers. There was underachievement on the agricultural advice, and in the main, it was because most of our officials were engaged on the planting season, which there was a lot of catching up that needed to have been done in that particular regard. We also had underachievement on the hectares used by smallholder farmers when it comes to irrigation, and this is because of the ongoing rehabilitation of some of our irrigation canals and schemes, then affected the production. The number of jobs created through departmental intervention was also affected by the cancellation of that infrastructure, of that fencing contract, because this is also linked to the infrastructure activities. But the department registered overachievement on the planting, which is just over 3,500 overachievement. And then there was also a marginal underachievement in the number of households for food security. But in both of these indicators, the department has already reached its annual output. In fact, there is an overachievement on these particular two indicators. Okay, if we move on to the next program, Chairperson and honorable members. Chair, with veterinary services, we are seeing an underachievement. Yes. May I proceed, Chair?
Proceed, Mr. Mkize.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. The veterinary services is currently experiencing limited capacity, so that is why there was 103 farmers. Less epidemiological visits done in this particular quarter, and I think the presentation by the Chief Director will also highlight the extent of this. And there was also an underachievement on the export control certificates issued, in as much as that is dependent on client request, but also capacity comes into effect. Then there was full performance on the percentage level of abattoir compliance, and there were less laboratory tests submitted to the department in Q4. Thank you, Chair. Moving on to the next program. Research and Technology Development Chairperson. All the planned indicators for this particular quarter were either fully achieved or there was an overachievement. So on the number of scientific papers published, target was 5, and that was achieved. And then there was also an overachievement on the research presentations made at peer review events where our scientists attend industry events. And then on research presentations made at technology transfer events where our researchers are providing knowledge and capacity to our clients, there was an overachievement of 40. And then the department continues to manage and undertook infrastructure management office research stations. So there was full achievement there. And then there was also an overachievement on the research projects which were undertaken in this particular financial year to improve agricultural production. If we move on to the next program, on agricultural economic services, all of the indicators, with the exception of one, were either achieved or fully achieved. So the only one that underachieved is the number of agribusiness supported with production economic services. And this was mainly to some of the requests being cancelled, the workshops and the farmers' days being cancelled as a result of the restrictions on travel to imposed in this particular quarter. If we move on to the next program, Honorable Chair and members, which is the structured agricultural training. Can we move to the, yes, thank you. In this regard, Chair, I think there it's supposed to be a positive variance on the second one. We graduated more students than we had planned. So the initial target was 90, but the department graduated 172 students. And in the main, that was because of the new learnerships that were introduced in the course of the year. So it's not a negative variance, but in fact, it's a positive variance. And then we also trained 504 more farmers than we had planned on skills development program. And then in terms of the interventions to school program, that was already achieved in the prior quarters. Moving on to rural development, Honorable Chair. There was underachievement on the 3 indicators. The first one is the number of structures coordinated in line with the Comprehensive Rural Development Program, which was basically connected to Outcome 7. And the next indicator, Honorable Chair and members would recall that when the new MTSF was introduced, away with the outcomes. Instead, priorities were introduced. As a result, the coordination responsibility that the department had in this regard fell away. So that is why we are seeing performance in that regard, because we could not do what we had originally intended to do because of the changes on the MTSF. Number of projects mentored. During the course of the year, there were delays on the appointment of the panel of mentors, but this was finally done mid-January, and the approved mentor panel is now in place. But what is still missing is for the panel to begin their work in this new financial year. But that -5 there was the result of those delays for the process for the department to be able to finalize its appointment. Thank you. If we move to the next slide, Honorable Chair and members. We are just highlighting here, Chair, that there was then the delayed submission by a month, which was the Gazette, which was introduced by National Treasury. And this is also affecting the timelines for the AG audit. But we are also just indicating that right now, as we are required by law, that once we've done a preliminary report, we have to validate it, and then we also have to prepare the annual performance report. And those two reports, the fourth quarter one, we are submitting on May 29, and then you should be ready with the annual performance report, even though already we do have one. It's a preliminary report which we are then currently reading. That will then conclude the Q4 performance report of the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkhize. Members, may I suggest that we also take a report on the budget performance so that we can have a full view of the department's performance under under quarter four.
It's fine, Chair.
Okay. CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to all honorable members and colleagues. The budget performance is at 31 March. I think we have a table of content, but then I'll just start into own revenue, which is on slide 3.
Please.
Pardon?
No, I was asking our screen operator, Mr. Nkosi, to post the presentation. CFO, you can go ahead.
Okay. In terms of our departmental revenue, we have a performance of 79.9%, and it's an under collection then of 4.7 million. And in the main, we had some challenges in terms of the sale of goods and services. One of the areas was the number of anticipated samples that were submitted to the laboratories for analysis. And when it came to the sale of goods and services and other capital assets, our planned auctions then were firstly disturbed by the foot and mouth in December. And then when we had postponed and we started and planned to action the auctions in March, the lockdown then had a hand in those processes. So that is the picture for departmental revenue, with a shortfall then of 4.7 million, and it's a performance of 79.9%. If I move to the budget performance in terms of expenditure and the programs, which is slide 5, we have Program 1 with an under expenditure of 19 and an actual budget performance of 96.5. Program 2 with an under expenditure of 76.8 million and a performance of 96.2. Program 3 with an under expenditure of 3.5 million and an actual budget performance of 85.7. This then contributed to under expenditure value of 99.4 million, and the percentage of the budget that was then spent was 96.2 million. Looking at the variances for Program 1, in Program 1, in the main, the 19 million is under expenditures made up of 17.5 million relating to departmental vehicles that were ordered through the transversal contracts which have not been delivered and paid for. Obviously, Corona had an impact in some of the manufacturing and cars. But we also then, if we did not have the vehicles, we then could not pay the motor vehicle licenses that would be linked to those vehicles. And as already reported by Mr. Mkhize, in terms of the number of vacant posts that we were able to fill, which then led to our SETA and skills contribution levy not being then underspent by 123 million. So in the main, that is the under expenditure that we had for Program 1, but we did, through the reprioritization and expenditure turnaround plan, transfer 46.3 million from Program 1 to Program 2, which was going towards agricultural production inputs, veterinary supplies, as well as some of the directly funded projects. Then if you look at slide 7, we have Program 2, which then achieved an actual performance of 96.2%, being 1.9 billion, and the under expenditure of the 76.8. In the main, 75.5 million of this relates to the CASP and Limalezima conditional grants. And this was again impacted by the re-advertisement of some of the tenders and the late approval of the business plan, which was approved only in October, which then had a ripple effect in terms of what the department could implement. So, but the program then also did receive the 46.3 million, which was coming from Program 1, and 2.1 million, which was coming from Program 3. These were some of the environments which were done by the department, but they were within the 8% threshold, and it was part of our turnaround plan. If I move to the next slide, Program 3, which is the rural development, had an actual expenditure of 21.1 million, which is an 85.7% expenditure. And the main, it was because of the compensation of employees and the operational costs, which contributed to the under expenditure of 3.5 million. Then the next slide just provides an economic classification view of what the actual budget performance was, so that the line items are clear to members. In terms of compensation of employees, it was 99.8%. Then goods and services, 97.4%. And in terms of transfers and subsidies, 99.5%. And then in the main capital assets was where we have then the 50.7%. A large part of that is contributed by the infrastructure projects, which were then affected by the local content and linked to the conditional grants. And then we also have the vehicles. That is the breakdown then, members. The next slide then just provides the further details of the vacant positions, the goods and services line item, and what I've already spoken to in terms of that. I'll move to slide 11 in terms of conditional grants. Here it shows the picture then of the under expenditure for CASP vis-a-vis Ilimale Tsima, which makes up the 75.5 million under expenditure and the grant performance then of 80.4%. In aggregate, the actual expenditure though is 310.3 million, and most of the fully spent expenditure was on our EPWP grant as well as our land care program, and the variances then on the CASP and Ilimale Tsima as being the under expenditure item, and the department is in the process then of the rollover requests, in the sense that most of those projects are now committed, but it was then obviously not spent at the end of March. Program 1, then if we look at sub-program level, we have Office of the MEC, then having spent 100%, senior management 100%, corporate services 99.6%, financial management is 87%, and community communication services at 100%. The reason for this is that under financial management is where fleet and the asset for the vehicles are housed, and that's why there was under expenditure there. This then, the next slide then provides members the economic classification then for program 1, which is the administration, and you'll then see that the line item in the main machinery and equipment, the 17.5, the non-receipt of those vehicles having an impact. If I move to program 2, if we look at the programs, farmer support, in the main, those 2 conditional grants which were underspent in farmer support and development. That's why they then achieved an actual percentage of 94.8%, being then the under expenditure of 75.8. Under research and technology development, there is an amount of 1 million, but overall expenditure then as well for that sub-program is 99.3. The next slide then provides an indication of the program at an economic classification level, with buildings and fixed structures having 51.7% and machinery and equipment 60.7%. Then I'll move to program 3. Program 3, the under expenditure is the 3.5. And in the main, it's the operational costs as well as compensation of employees, as will be seen in the next slide. Then I think in terms of the analysis, just looking at the trend that the department, in terms of the turnaround plan which we had, and the lessons that we've also then picked up from the expenditure pattern, honourable members, it's on slide 21, where we've had a significant increase in March under goods and services, as well in transfer payments. But then we look at the no growth in expenditure for the past 3 years in terms of the filling of positions, which has an impact, while the actual 231 million in March compared to the monthly average of 64 million. So expenditure interventions for veterinary services, fertilizer, drought assistance, and some of the other expenditures came through then in the last month, being March, and mainly in the last 2 weeks. But this was also due to a concerted effort in terms of following up on all open orders and the commitments in the last quarter as also part of the turnaround plan. We also had an increase in terms of the directly funded projects, in 48 in the main, and this was because of the slow expenditure and interventions for UCASP indicating that due to the presidential announcement, some of the projects that we were planning to implement in the 2021 financial year were now going to go towards some of the presidential announced farms, and that then created some of a challenge in terms of security for those projects in the 2021 period. Then during the finalization process, there were some projects which, through the validation of transferring, we realized that we were not going to proceed with, and those were the Golden Valley Farms, because the funding agreements and those projects were then subsequently being implemented through either the SCM process or revised because they no longer had the land or met all the conditions of the funding agreement. I'll move to the next slide. In terms of transfer payments, so the late submission of invoices as well as the high increase in the under goods and services in the last few days of March meant that the equitable share available under Program 2 would have had an unauthorized expenditure should we have continued with some of the actions, but we then did not proceed with the following transfers, being Ogusha Supply, Sonoto Ayabonga, and the HT Piggery. And those were then deferred for the 2021 financial year, and these are to be included as part of the CASP business plan, which has not been approved as yet. Capital assets, there's been little growth in terms of the final quarter due to CASP and Limited projects, and the procurement was also only finalized in the later part of the 1920 year, which then contributed to that as a factor as well. If we do a comparison between the 17-18 to the 19, it's just a 3-year analysis of what the department has been able to achieve. We'll see that in 17-18, we'd achieved a 92.5%, and in the 18-19, we achieved an 88.9%, and in 1920, we were able to have or record a somewhat improvement to the 96.2%. And this then depicted in terms of the lines would be the green showing the 1920, the red depicting the 18-19, and the 17-18 being depicted in terms of the months as well, to show the spending of the department, and some of the trends of the historic peak, obviously around the March period, which is something that we will be looking at addressing as well for a quarterly monitoring and a procurement plan management process to ensure that projects are implemented throughout the period of the year. I think I've covered slide 25. I'll then just move to the way forward to say that some of the changes which we'll be implementing during the 1920 obviously is that the economic classification during the preparation of the financial statements and the reconciliation of the asset register becomes critical. We'll then also be doing the rollover requests for any unspent but committed funds, and the factors which we'll be looking at or that contributed then to the 1920 was the slow filling of vacant posts, resulting in the reprioritization of 127 million, and the number of hectares that were planted was more than the budget available, and hence the reprioritization that was done. And we did experience then the infrastructure related projects delays, and that also being a factor. There was then the late finalization of the CASP Limited business plan, with the final approval only happening in October, which is in Q3. So some of those also then had an impact on the department's ability to execute some of the projects. The non-compliance of the local content requirements during the establishment of some of the panels. This was an Auditor General's finding in the 1819 audit that the department had not complied with local content, which means that when procuring some of the items that are designated where suppliers must declare, and it must be then become a criteria for the evaluation of such projects. Some it's, for example, your pipes, your pumps, and fans being iron. So those are some of the items that require that at the time of when the bid document is sent out, suppliers who are interested in bidding in the document must then make those declarations and must be evaluated according to that for the bid to not be considered as irregular expenditure. So we then had to start some of those processes again and ensure that we'd included then the local content requirement, and this is where the time factor then assisted. And I think the other issue, which just having gained perspective of the 1920 years, the role of the project office as well as the district administration offices in planning and monitoring of all agricultural projects in the districts, looking for them to play a bigger role in financial management and ensuring that projects are implemented timeously, and where there are delays, these are escalated and within reasonable time so that interventions can be made. And just some of the interventions that then we'll be doing as a way forward to improve some of the budget implementation and monitoring. It's a more active and integrated role of the project office and the district administration offices in the planning and the reporting on all agricultural projects in the districts. I think this is one of the areas that we've seen that to deal with expenditure issues would need to target the district and approach districts individually so that we can see the desired targets being achieved and plans. And obviously the early finalization and approval of the CAS business plans becomes necessary and does assist in the direction of the department. And if there's a delay in that, then you cannot undertake any of the other processes prior to being certain that the plan is approved. So that also contributed to the achievement of the department. And we're also going to be introducing a more or an improved detailed reporting on the conditional grants, because although we were tracking at a pillar level, the actual project itself and the reporting at a project level is something that we will then endeavor to do, as well as monitor some of the issues with the district model and table a more detailed plan on expenditure for projects. Improved communication between end users and supply chain. Again, I think this is just more on the in-house keeping issues, which we will be implementing on as part of the SCM turnaround plan as well, to ensure that orders are issued by supply chain, to ensure that there's no delays, that the order would first need to be collected by a project office before it's sent to service providers, and getting finance to then be the custodian of commitments. All responsibility managers to improve the credibility of the IYM reporting and the clearing of commitments as a system, and the HR recruitment plan with status reports on a monthly basis. And obviously some of these interventions are going and have been impacted on by the COVID-19, as earlier mentioned by the HOD, in that the reprioritization, again, also of the budget in line with where the cuts that Treasury has proposed are going to come to, will then leave us with less funds to undertake some of these projects. I thank you.
Thank you, CFO and Mr. Mkhize for the report. I will now open for questions and comments by honorable members.
Chair.
Honorable Fraser.
Chair, I'd also like to ask some questions.
This is Raj Bansi. Honorable Fraser, number 1. Mrs. Raj Bansi, number 2.
Chairpersons.
Papas, number 3.
S.A. Duma.
Duma, number 4. Papas, number 3. Mshego.
S.A. Duma.
Duma, number 4. Mshego, are you still there? Papas, number 3.
No, I'm okay, Chair Nyabo.
Mshego. Honorable Mthethwa. Duma, number 4. Mshego, are you still there? Papas, number 3.
No, I'm okay, Chair Nyabo.
Mshego. Honorable Mthethwa. S.H. Mthethwa, are you still with us? Honorable Mshego, are you still there? S.H. Mthethwa. Papas, number 3. B.N. Mthethwa.
No, I'm okay, Chair Nyabo.
Honorable Mthethwa. S.H. Mthethwa, are you still with us? Honorable Zuma. S.H. Mthethwa. Papas, number 3. B.N. Mthethwa.
No, I'm okay, Chair Nyabo.
Honorable Kumete, I'm okay. Are you still with us? Honorable Zuma, Papas, number 3.
No, I'm okay, Chair Nyabo.
Honorable Kumete, thank you, honorable members, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think I missed something. I know that it was presented. It's only that there was a bit of noise at the back, so I couldn't get it clear. In terms of the infrastructure, something Mr. Mkhize mentioned of something like the Treasury instructed them to cancel the bill. So can I get an explanation on that one? It was meant, but the noise, I couldn't pick it up. Thank you, Chair. That was the point. So can I get an explanation on that one? It was meant, but the noise, I couldn't pick it up. Thank you, Chair. That was the point. So can I get an explanation on that one? It was
Yes, Honorable Chair, thank you very much. And greetings to the different stakeholders present. Just for Chair, I just wanted to thank the Honorable MEC as well as the HOD, for organizing that webinar, because the other night I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I thank all members who listened to it would have. But my questions, of course, come to the indicators and the fact that we didn't achieve on some indicators, and I can understand some of the reasoning, but I want to bring to the attention of Mr. Mkhize on say program 2, which is very important, and program 3, where we've had underachievements. One of them was on the number of hectares protected to improve agricultural products, and the number of requests received, and we underachieved there. So I wanted to know what was the intervention of the department in terms of, harnessing IT or pamphlet distribution or any other radio communication strategy. What is the communication strategy for the department to actually increase awareness to farmers to come to the department, especially to achieve and improve agricultural outcomes and food productivity, because that has a big impact on even other indicators where you have indicators such as, for example, on veterinary services, there was one indicator where the number of lab tests performed according to the prescribed standards was underachieved. But then, of course, again here, they say less was done because it's due to what clients submit. There again, you find that the request wouldn't come in if maybe we don't push harder on our communication strategy, because a lot of our, whether it's crops, whether it's animals, but also testing gives you quality assurance, and whether you're meeting certain global food standards, and then, you know, all these things increase export quality and export demand for our country and for the farmers and all that. Because remember, we, apart from GDP, we want to, by developing farmers, we want to increase income per capita in our country. And I think that we need to do much more on how we communicate these, because I do think that even the Honourable MEC had mentioned in the webinar that the department must now focus on a gap, which is the value chain of livestock. And I think that that is very important, but somehow the department has to come up with a communication and awareness strategy on how to achieve all these. Coming to then rural development and the targets being underachieved in all three indicators, as well as speaking to the budget by the CFO, I just want to say that overall, okay, this budget has 96% achievement, which is very good. But I think that it does require consistency, because if we're not going to get consistency in implementation, either of policies and how we refocus on agricultural policy, what may be the danger for our department is that we could have a baseline shift, and maybe not a positive one, but a negative one if we don't act on these gaps as quickly as possible. And why I'm saying that is because I remember Professor Modi did a beautiful SWOT analysis in the webinar, and I think that as a committee we must be taken through that, because you know, we have to focus on the infrastructure ecosystem, the reskilling, the new technology use that he was talking about. But I also know that one complaint that had come from that was regulatory constraints, and therefore I wanted maybe the HOD can come in on that to say what are some of the regulatory constraints in rural development that actually stops us from achieving some of the targets or indicators that we have set. And finally, for the CFO, I think on the conditional grant, I'm very happy that we're going to go to project level reporting using a district model. But my question there is that how capacitated is the Department of Agriculture in the MNE unit? Because have we got sufficient capacity, or are there vacancies there? Because this is, I'm sure, these are the individuals we're going to use to do these project level reporting so that we have effective spend on the conditional grants, or is the department going to outsource this section to consultants, because that would also be burdensome to the budget. Thank you, Chair. Those are the questions I wanted to put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Papas.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you to the department for the presentations, and welcome to all our stakeholders and guests today. Chairperson, Mrs. Honourable Rajbansi has asked quite a few of my questions, so I'll be covered there. The ones I would like to add is just the concern around the non-payment or the slow payment of creditors. I think that's always a concern. No matter how close we are to our goal, we must always raise that if we are not able to pay the people who are providing services to us. So just to flag that as a concern. I'd mentioned it before in a different meeting, but I'd like to raise it again because it was part of this presentation, and that's the expenditure of resources from the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development to support the mandates of other departments or other departments, especially when there's so much need within our own sector. I think that it's admirable when we are trying to work with other departments, but we also have to make sure that we realize that our own constituents, if I can put it that way, that being the agricultural sector, do have needs, and that perhaps our focus should be there first before we try to effect cost savings for other departments. And that's specifically in relation to COVID-19 support at the moment, but I'm sure it extends beyond that. I think it's great to see the improvements that Mr. Sibanda and his team are putting in place. You can definitely see that administratively there are changes within the Department of Agriculture, at least in the numbers that we are seeing. Those numbers always have to translate into on-the-ground action or on-the-ground implementation. So it will be interesting to see the Auditor General report when that eventually comes out, to see if what we are seeing improvements in the numbers actually translates into improvement on the ground in terms of the implementation of projects and the improvement of well-being of the citizens of KZN. The one concern that I would like to raise, and was represented in the slide, one of the slides where we saw the costs of staff or employees increasing, and the mention that there's been a 3-year gap in the filling of vacancies. So what it means is that we'll see an incredible shoot up or an increase of staffing or employee costs. And as we've heard before in previous presentations, that ultimately has an impact on our ability to deliver goods and services, especially in light of the declining or contracting budget allocations to the various departments. So I do think it's imperative that going forward we do try to find new mechanisms and new ways to deliver the services that the department offers. I do realize that a lot of the work that we do involves extension services and work such as that. But I do think that one of the things that this period has taught us is that if we do apply our minds to it, we can find new ways of doing things. So investing into that, and I think Honorable Rajbanzi also mentioned it in her comments, that investing into new mechanisms of doing things, especially in agriculture, is going to be really important. Lastly, Chairperson, and it's perhaps something to take into consideration for our next budget, but it is supported. My statement will be supported by what we see in the presentation today, is that a lot of the work that we do is to improve the lives of farmers, to transform the agricultural sector, and to create a new class of black farmers. But when you look at the APPs and you look at the targets that we set ourselves, it is very much a budget-to-budget, year-to-year target-setting process that aims to build a fence or to hand out seeds or to build a dip tank, whereas there doesn't seem to be a representation of the longer-term impact that we're looking in farming. And if you just look at the statistics and you break them down, of all the money that we've spent since 2010, only 26% of the emerging or black farmers that we've spent money on are not reliant on support or very little support from government. So the vast majority of people who we are trying to assist become reliant on government and are not self-sustaining. So I really do think that our APPs, and eventually it will filter down into the budgets and our quarterly reports, needs to be more reflective of the goals and the visions of the department, and that is to create self-sustaining farmers or black farmers in this province, so that we can actually start to do what we say that we're supposed to do, and that is to transform the agricultural sector and not just create a class of farmers or agriculturalists who are dependent on the state for support every season. My last question is then with regards to the presidential announcements and the farms that are receiving support. I was hoping that the CFO could just elaborate a little bit more on that and provide some details on the impacts that will have on our budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Papas. Honorable Duma.
Thank you so much, Chair, for affording us this opportunity. Greetings to everyone from honorable members, the staff, the stakeholders, the critical stakeholders that are part and parcel of today's. I think the department has made a mark in the last scope-up presentation. I think we just have to benchmark them from there because you could feel the general feeling of their sample presentation was saying that they already feel the breath of new, the fresh of new breath. So I think they just have to take from that tone and proceed. I think we just want to highlight that at the level of the MEC and the HOD, they must just take that into cognizance. I think, Chair, I'm going to start on welcoming the Prof Mode. I think it's a very progressive move, very strategic for the departments to be working closer to him. I think we've been complaining about not utilizing our tertiary institutions around in the province of KwaZulu-Natal and their strength. KZN remains one of the strategic in terms of agriculture. I think it has already yielded some positive results when it comes to the presentation from Webner and what they're going to happen. And working closer with AFASA as from the presentation from HOD, I think we welcome the donation that has been done as a result of their effort in ensuring, because this is their government, they also want to contribute. So, however big or little the donation, it is going to address the issue of poverty during COVID-19. There are a few issues, Chair. One is still worried about, and we need a proper feedback so that we can start monitor. I'm going to address the issue of correlation and causality effect on what was presented, Chair, in terms of APP and the budget and the current synopsis of what is happening. I hope the technocrats are able to encapsulate this spirit because they've already presented the budget is going to be disturbed with the issue of COVID-19. And they did not even say a word. How are they planning? Because just to operate as if it's a business usual, for us, it is going to mislead. And later on, maybe in the fourth quarter, we'll be complaining. It's better that we start highlighting some of the gaps that will be created now, Chair. First instance, Chair, they've mentioned the under-expenditure of CASP and Ilima Letsema, which we are very worried at this point in time when they underspend on those, because that's where the gap. Currently, you have a problem of emerging farmers and those who are practicing subsistence farming. If you still take, or if you don't utilize what you have in the little cough, it means those people will forever be indebted to the system of governments. But if you ensure that in terms of skill, you transfer skills, you invest on them, you'll start a progressive cycle where those who have benefited will start assisting others. But if you still underspend the budget on grants, then I think we are doomed at some point in time. So I think we just have to highlight that they must just give us a methodology. How are they going to ensure that this does not happen? We don't agree on it, Chair. They must ensure that in terms of grants, each and every cent should be spent, because they can still review. They must just make sure. Currently, South Africa, there is over-reliance on the imports. Like medication, we find that we've got medication we are affected as we speak because there is no transportation in terms of shipping and flights, Chair. Those things we must start from now, and the implements as well. South Africa should start manufacturing those things. And it is within our reach. We've got tertiary institutions. We can do grading on our own if we are serious partnership with these institutions. I'm also going to advance on the issue of seeds and cultivar. For me, it is not adequate that the department will do some of these things internal, whereas we are not clear on the grading. Who's going to do the grading? I think it's the right time now that the research element of department must be strengthened, must be resourced, so that they are able to ensure that this does take place. I'm going to advance, Chair, on the issue of the emerging. So in the farmer support, currently there are contradictions that are done. If we can just relate to the issue of COVID-19, government will say that they'll do a specification what they want. Amongst other of their checklist, they say that they want a canned stuff like beans, whereas they've invested during their planting season, giving farmers the beans. Currently, those farmers have already harvested the dry beans. And as government, you are specifying something. Why don't you concentrate on ensuring that the dry beans that has been harvested by farmers, we also take those issues, because that's how we are going to address the imbalance of the past. So for me, this is a serious contradiction, and we just crave the indulgence of the MEC and the HOD and their collective team that they must just evaluate and review this thing. Another component, Chair, which is critical is the issue of vet services. I don't think this unity has been resourced enough. If you are taking into cognizance, currently, I think the vet, as we know, their scope of work, they are servicing the rural concept in terms of those communal farming, and they'll go towards ensuring that the commercial farmers are assisted in terms of TP and all those things. In the middle gap, they don't do anything for emerging farmers. If we want them to play a pivotal role, let us resource this institution. Let us create even awareness, because you'll find that farmers in KZN, they don't know where are the laboratories. They don't know what will happen. Like, for instance, if there are serious sickness with their animals, they'll just rely on their private sector analysis, which does not assist. But instead, this department must just play that role. Lastly, Chair, I think it is also critical that the unit which deal with agronomy and horticulture services should be also be reinforced, should be given more resources, because for me, I'm worried. If you are saying that you are meeting your target in program 1 and program 2, but you are failing dismal where there is infrastructure on program 3, then it means that you are not doing what is expected out of you. Let us ensure in terms of expenditure pattern, we utilize all the resources, because as far as you understood, HOD, MEC and the HOD, they promised that the issue of under expenditure will be the issue of the past. And they've already bring on board something positive that we've already mentioned. Let us ensure that all the vacancies are closed, ensure that the issue of budget is analyzed thoroughly. And when we do the adjustment, everything is adjusted accordingly in terms of water allocation, so that they could spend what they have. And we all understand that we are still struggling against resources as a country in terms of agriculture. So even if it means all other departments will underspend, not these departments. Instead, we should be fighting with finance and scope that we have overspent our budget, but no, it's not the case. You also fall into the trap of under expenditure, Chair. Thank you so much. I just wanted to highlight those issues.
Thank you, Honorable Duma. Honorable Mshengo.
Thank you very much, Chair. The overall impression created by the CFO is that the overall expenditure is somehow satisfactory to a particular point. But contrasting that with the performance on the APP, there is no synergy between the two. There's been a lot of underperformance and failure to meet the target, but the expenditure says something else. It's a serious issue of concern for me, Chairperson, and I'm not sure how are we going to justify that. Perhaps can we get a clarity on how come do we spend almost 96%, but we are almost at in many programs. In terms of the APP, we are, or the department is either underperforming or performing at half the expected outcome, as it were. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mshengo. I think I've exhausted my list. HOD, can we get the responses? Or maybe before you respond, HOD, I'm getting an SMS that MEC has joined the meeting. Is that correct? MEC? Okay. All right. HOD, please.
Yeah. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Welcome, MEC. We did receive your apology at the start of the meeting. Okay. I don't know whether you want
I will allow
to.
the response. Yes.
I am struggling to hear you.
Hours, so that I don't. Are you
Hello,
hearing
MEC?
me now?
Yes. Can you please
Yes, Honorable
repeat?
Chair.
Would you want to respond to the questions, or you will allow the HOD to take the questions? I think we have a connection problem there, Mr. Nkosi. If you can assist us. HOD? HOD?
Honorable Chair, yes, Honorable Chair, let me come in. I think the MEC should be probably she's in an area where the network is not good, as it was indicated earlier on that she had to rush to an emergency. Chairperson, we've got few questions that we will respond to. Let me allow CFO, Honorable Mkhize to respond. I will then conclude after they have responded.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mkhize, please start.
Honorable Chair, now to address the questions raised, I think I will start with the question from Honorable Fraser, where she was asking about for us to the issue of the cancellation of the bid. There is an instruction note from provincial from National Treasury that stipulates the minimum threshold of conversion process for local production and content for steel and component for the construction. And that instruction the bid committees of the department do when for bids with infrastructure. When the department finalized that process, it realized that not all local content requirements were met, and if it proceeded with that contract, as a result, the contract had to be cancelled and restarted so that all the full requirements for local content production are then met. So that is why we provided that particular reason. And then, Chair, the questions from Honorable Rajbansi, which were talking to the issue around the land use issues and the underperformance there and what the department was doing in terms of creating awareness on this indicator. In this regard, that particular area, the department is implementing the Subdivision Act 70 of 1970, and it talks to the issue around the subdivision of agricultural land, the rezoning, and the change of agricultural land use. So if you look at that particular indicator, it's more of farmers applying to the department. In particular, the national department is the approving authority, and the department is a commenting authority. So we will receive a request from farmers, which would emanate from whatever change that they want to introduce in their farming, too big or they want to change a portion of their farm to include a different business activity, then they would make that kind of an application. So we've instead of phrasing the indicator as we have done, where the department has had a look at it, submit applications, we have instead say we are going to assess that by saying we want to submit 100% all of the applications that we are receiving, because it's not a service that we are providing, but rather we are receiving and we are submitting to the National Department on behalf of the farmers. So that is way that we could do about it. But I think the point is also registered to say maybe we need to communicate much more effectively to the public so that they know that these are the kinds of services that we are providing. And I think the same goes to the lab and Duma also to that particular issue, that we need to broaden our communication so that the farmers become aware the department has these laboratories, and our Alatin lab is a world-class facility, and previously it has been providing excellent service to the farming community. So we are also taking that point that maybe we could do more in terms of just creating more awareness in that particular regard. With respect to the issue around rural development indicators not being achieved, I think the department has already taken cognizance of that, and that is why the department has introduced issues like the agricultural master plan as well as the mega nurseries, also introduced under rural development, and are going to be initiated under that program going forward, so that there is greater implementation that we are seeing in that particular component. And then I think the questions from Honorable Papas were more focused to the CFO. Safe to say, there is a general improvement in the performance of the department, and if you look at the question that Honorable Mshengu has raised around there being underperformance in some of the APP indicators, but almost full or optimal financial expenditure. In this regard, members would recall that the report that we've presented is speaking only to one quarter, which is Q4. And even there, if you look at core service, the smallholder farmers, the number of smallholder farmers supported, as well as the number of hectares planted, you can see that the department registered overachievement on those indicators. And the bulk of the budget is on those particular indicators, because that is the core program of the department. So that is why the achievement on HR and finance do not reflect in the budget of the department, because the core areas where the funding is allocated is a good performance. And furthermore, there was reprioritization done in the course of the year, where the department moved monies from areas that were underperforming to areas that needed a greater financial resources, which again tended to be the areas under the plan. That's why we still believe there is a greater alignment in terms of budget as well as the actual service delivery performance. But in terms of the general principle, we do again understand that there is a need to align our planning more to the financial resources that are provided to the service delivery programs. And in the new plan for 2020 to 2021, we have actually tried to do something like that, where we've looked at the 7 priorities of government, the 8 provincial priorities of the department, and provided the budget allocation according to those priorities. The points that were raised by Honorable Duma, I think we also take into cognizance, in particular the need to improve grant performance, as well as monitoring in that particular regard, and then as well as improving communications on the lab services. I think the department M&E, there is a constrained capacity in terms of the numbers of persons that are there vis-a-vis the numbers of people that ought to be there. But the department is augmenting capacity. We've just appointed a deputy director in that particular component, and also there are other interventions that the HOE is leading in terms of introducing high-level impact assessment as the monitoring of the planting season. I think those are also going to augment the M&E capacity in the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think mine is just in the main in terms of the non-payment of suppliers as being a concern. And I think we do take note of that as well, because we have not achieved 100%, but we are looking into being able to track the reasons and the flow of invoices a lot more better, which is why even in terms of the supply chain management turnaround plan, I did highlight that supply chain will be responsible for issuing of the orders, so that the turnaround time in terms of communicating to suppliers is then centralized within the office of the CFO, so that we can have a bigger role of tracking the project itself, the order being issued, and also the commitment follow-up. So we do note that, and it's one of the things they'll be working on in 2021. In terms of the support, expenditure support to other business or government departments, we are recovering through the process of interdepartmental accounts some of the costs or the support that we are doing. Although I think that the HOD will touch on broader in terms of the initiatives, but in terms of the impact to the department, it's not direct funds that are spent on those initiatives, because we do then claim from the respective departments that request our assistance. Then if we look at the employee costs issue and the 3-year gap in terms of filling posts, and that is true. From the 16-17 financial year, there was an impact when posts were frozen and Treasury undertook that process. But we have been gradually advancing our case, I think, as a department, in terms of ensuring that we are introducing technology, but also reassessing the business model that we are implementing. Currently, we do have a monitoring team that's going to assess the impact which we are doing for projects, and also look at the use of ICT and whether or not we are geared, because there are certain issues which have been flagged and that we'll be taking action on in terms of the with reduced, because you could find that it's more of a collaborative effort where we need to look at projects not as a program 2 project, but as a government project, and link it to the district model of government at large. But I think Utabani has also indicated, honourable members, that the impact that program 3 is going to be playing will look at the broader aspects of our project implementation, and linking to agri-hubs and linking into the bigger value chain and RASET to ensure the sustainability of our efforts. Then just on the presidential announcement, the impact of that announcement was saying all the projects which we had to amend our green book in the last week towards the issuing or printing. And in the main, the reason was that some of those projects were no longer then guaranteed in the 2021 financial year. It had an impact because National indicated that first preference will then go towards the restitution of some of the farms, towards food security and other initiatives. And I think they've also not finalized that process themselves as far as Zukas and Limaletsima are concerned. So then we do have the funding allocation as an amount in our green book, but the actual projects that are going to be contained is that from the reprioritized turnaround plan, we then included some of those projects because we are so far advanced in our planning and communication with those particular 48 stakeholders as indicated in the presentation. Just on the disturbance of the of COVID to the budget now for 2021, and I think members, I was just only presenting the 1920 budget, but I did indicate that some of COVID effects were going to have an impact on even on our envisaged way forward and lesson learned from 1920. We will be receiving a budget cut of about 171, but a definite 108 million. And I say this because there are some factors which, as you know, are still being, national government is being taken to court with, and those are then will have an impact on the rand value that the department's budget will be cut by. But definitely an amount of 108 million. So how we are then planning to deal with that is obviously it's a time lag to some of our projects where, as opposed to requiring the full value of compensation of employees to ensure we also effect service delivery, we will then only budget for a portion of the compensation for those particular employees, with some of the phases like phase 1 and phase 2, which were already far advanced. We've pleaded our case to the provincial treasury. And again, it goes to the issue of monitoring on conditional grants and the capacity. We did request for additional capacity in the budget and monitoring office, so that conditional grants then are then reported on that monthly basis, and we have received the approval, and we will then further be pleading our case to at least fill those positions, even if it's not for the full 12 months, and then towards the later part of the year. But in the meantime, we will then implement some of the monitoring initiatives with the current staff which we have. And just on CASP as a total, the under expenditure is mainly in irrigation projects which were started then in a later part of the year, and they do take a bit of time to complete. So the funds are committed and the projects are taking place. In the area, I think Imakatini, which is also part of the food security initiative, and we also had a pig feed, which was a part of then going towards ensuring the food security element as well as fencing. So it's current projects which we are going to then apply for a rollover, but we do take the comments of the members to improve, and we are grateful for the suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO and Mr. Mkhize for the responses. HOD, do you want to make any inputs on this item?
No, thanks, Chairperson. I'll be quick because of time. I think Utaban has explained with the CFO to say the infrastructure projects that were not executed, the procurement process in some of them, because they had a long-term impact. Those were 3-year projects. Procurement plans we had to re-advertise so that we can comply with the Treasury instruction notes, and then that process has been done. With regard to the issues in relation to program 3, in the main were around issues that were, as I've said, one was the issue of compliance with legislation, which was outside the program, but resided at the procurement unit that was addressed. The other one was the issue of the redirecting of resources, which we did when we did our turnaround plan, so that we were able to execute some of the projects. The only problem, as Honorable Msheng said, when we did our turnaround plan, there were 2 elements that we wanted to achieve. One was we wanted to maximize performance. 2, wanted to ensure that the resources that we have are spent by the end of the financial year. And the turnaround plan at that time could not translate back to the targets because the process of revising targets by legislation had already passed by. Hence, we had the CFO arrived in September, arrived in November. We had to develop turnaround plan in December, presented to the MEC in January. So there was no time that by legislation we have to revise the targets as such. So there was that misalignment, as Taban said. And this current financial year, we are closely monitoring budget versus performance. So that alignment will constantly be monitored. Hence, we will be upfront with the AG in terms of our disclosures to say this is what happened in terms of our performance targets and how we then realign our budget. And this is what we did to prevent irregular expenditure in order to comply with the treasurer's notes. The issue of building capacity in the research unit, I think that is a process. It's part of the Huhla resolution. It's part of our cabinet resolution. It's part of our departmental plan that our research centers must be centers of excellence. We're going to be linking 3 aspects with our research centers. One is the infusion of ICT as a unit within the research center, because we need now to introduce our farmers into the new technology of farming, like artificial intelligence, mainly how the issue of drones, the use of technology to save water. And moreover, the second part is the issue of building capacity around the issue of making sure that we do new analytical research, the issue of sperm bank, seed, the seed production. So I'm not sure whether out of order,
No, Administrator, I'm attending to him. Don't worry, I'm still the chairperson here.
Thanks a lot. So the research center
HOD, if you can just focus your response on your responses on the questions that relate to Q4.
Oh, okay. I thought I was responding to the issues of that were raised by Honorable Duma as well. So on Q4, basically, Chairperson, there was that reconfiguration of our plan to ensure that we perform, but we were unable then to update the targets. That is why our expenditure moved to 96%, and yet some of the targets could not be revised because the adjustment period for targets had already lasted at that time. But that is something we will respond to that. There were other issues, Chairperson, as you're saying, I must deal with Q4 that were raised by Honorable Papas. I think some of them have been responded to. But if there's anything else, Chairperson, that you want us to respond to, we can still respond. But there's a plan to build capacity with the veterinary services as well. Basically, the rest has been covered, Chairperson, information.
Okay. All right. Thank you, HOD. We were also expecting questions from our stakeholders, but at this point, we do not have those questions. I would ask our team to assist us to collect all the questions from the stakeholders so that we can forward to the department either as we proceed today with this meeting or after this meeting. HOD, thank you very much for the responses on the Q4 report. We really appreciate the significant improvement that is shown on the department's performance in this Q4 report as compared to the previous year's reports. However, as honorable members have alluded to, we are still concerned with the underperformance in some of the critical areas, which we believe are an indication of poor planning within the department. Issues on underperformance on Program 2 and Program 3 in particular, as well as underperformance in the spending of conditional grants. We are going to take resolutions as this committee at the end of today's meeting and forward to you so that you can respond further to the committee so that we understand the issues that made you not to perform to full capacity on those areas. The issue around the cancellation of the bid 7 ZNB 426/18A would take a resolution on that one, as it seems that it has affected a number of service delivery areas in the department. What plans have you put in place to avoid the reoccurrence of this in future? So we'll take quite a number of resolutions in terms of the report that we have presented, but because of time, HOD, can we now move to item 2.3, the COVID response plan by the department?
Thank you, Chairperson. DDG Mfusi will present that comprehensive plan, mainly responding to the questions that honourable members have forwarded as part of their input, so that we respond to specific questions.
Yes, and if we can skip maybe the background and just focus on the issues that were raised in our previous meeting.
Yes, DDG will come in.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members and stakeholders. I will just zoom into the issues that were raised in the table of content. Those issues are listed, but safe to say, Chair, some of the issues that were raised, which are production in nature, will then be responded. The first issue that was raised was the issue around...
Sorry, Mr. Mfusi.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, I hear you saying that some of the questions will be responded to in other presentations. Remember, the questions that we raised to the department were based on the presentation that the department made to the committee in the meeting of the, when was it? Is it the 21 or the 29th? 21st, yes, of 21st of April.
Yes, Chair.
So we want those responses under this presentation, not in any other presentation.
Okay, no, sorry, Chair.
Because we expected to compile a report to the legislature based on what you presented in that meeting of the 21st.
Okay, Chair.
All right.
Okay, Chair, let me proceed. The first question was around our essential service staff that are performing essential services. their categories, their number, and where they are deployed. In agricultural service, we have got 730 staff members. Their salary level ranges from 7 to 14. They are deployed mainly in ward and local offices, performing services of advising farmers there. The second category is the veterinary service, with 182 staff deployed between level 2 and level 14. They are also deployed in wards. The third category is research, with 119 staff members between level 2 and level 14. They are deployed in research farms. Their main functions is around the issue of safekeep of the livestock, as well as on the laboratory services. Then under support, we have got staff under financial management, which are 73. Under MEC and HOD support, we have got 12 staff. Under HR, 11. Under business support services, we have got 5, mainly dealing with issues of communication and ICT. We've got also staff under minor works and cleaning service. We've got security, staff under rural development.
Noted, Salo. On a control line.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Okay. We've got staff under rural development, which are 8. We've got staff under internal control, 3, and engineering service. Currently, we've got 1,158 staff that are performing a service, essential service. This number will change now and again depending on the needs of the department. On the issue of the payment of invoices, we are indicating that we are still continuing paying invoices even during the lockdown, because under financial service, we have got staff that are at work on regular basis to render this service. We are just indicating our performance that has been going on for the last 4 quarters. Under the provision of the PPEs, the department is continuing providing PPEs to staff. Even before the lockdown, we started providing the PPEs. Our laboratory service have started an in-house production of sanitizers, of which we are giving staff to use. They can also take them home, and they are being refilled on a continuous basis. When the lockdown was pronounced on the 26th of March, most of the employees had to stay at home, with the exception of those that have indicated, and we have supplied them with the PPEs. This slide just indicates the PPEs that we have supplied to 1,260 staff, which are ranging from wipes, face masks, sanitizers, as well as sanitizers that are provided at reception areas at the point of entry. These are also other staff, additional staff, where we are supplying veterinary service, research, as well as engineering service. With the support staff and the offices, we are also indicating the PPEs that we are supplying, which ranges from face masks, sanitizers, to 124 staff. With the provisions of gloves, the department only procured 400 pairs of gloves and did not procure any further, as guided by the World Health Organization guidelines on officials who need gloves. But we do supply those officials, mainly those that are working at the laboratories and those that are doing research work. Screening of officials as precautionary measures. We have here procured thermometers, and we have started screening staff as with effect from this week. Disinfectation of offices. We've got 64 offices and disinfectation of offices using our internal capacity has started this week, and we are anticipating to finalize all the offices today, and then we'll be doing re-disinfectation every 72 hours.
Wow.
The safety of our sanitizers, which was one of the concern of the members. Our laboratory service, we are making a solution to disinfect and sterilize surface. It's something that we have been doing for years. The solution consists of 70% and 30%, a ratio of 70 and 30% of ethanol. As management, because of this capability that we have, when the COVID started, we then took a decision to increase the capacity and produce more sanitizers so that we can then be able to support our employees. We also receive requests from other departments. How safe are the sanitizers? Research has shown that a solution of 70% of alcohol is the best concentration to eliminate the virus from hands and surface. Our laboratories have been using the 70% alcohol solution for a long time to disinfect and sanitize the whole environment and has not experienced any adverse effect. The solution is also in line with the sanitizers that are produced commercially, which contain 70% of alcohol. And our officials that are producing these solutions are trained. And besides the sanitizers, the department works with different chemicals on a regular basis to support farmers, like herbicide and pesticide. So our staff are well versed with the use of chemicals. This is our sanitizer program. Who certified the sanitizer is safe for human use? According to the Center for Disease Control, a 70% alcohol solution is good to eliminate bacteria and viruses from hands and wet surface. The mechanism is the denaturing of protein by alcohol. If the solution is diluted below 70%, it has got no efficacy. The safety of solution has been approved by the SAPS for commercially produced solutions. Hence, we are using the same solution to produce ours. We, in the bottle, we do advise those that use it that it is only for external use only. There was a question around the content of the sanitizer. It is 70% alcohol, 28% is distilled water, and 2% it's glycerol, which ensure the smoothness of the skin. The supply of ethanol satisfy the project safe for use it is intended for, and the literature also confirmed that 70% solution it's safe for external use. Around the issue of the department that we have supplied with sanitizer, we have received requests from various departments across the province. Up to now, we have supplied the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs with 50 liters of sanitizer, sports and recreation 25 liters, treasury 30 liters, education 39 liters, social development 50, and the office of the premier with 100 by 300 milliliters of sanitizer. Our arrangement with the department is that we will then charge them on a cost recovery basis using internal departmental account system. The other program that we are engaged on is a program that we are doing with the human settlement, where we support them in disinfecting the densely populated area. We have started that program, of which we provide the concentrate as well as the equipment like snake sprayers, as well as vehicle drone cart to support them, as well as training of the EPWP workers that are disinfecting these areas. The program was launched on the 21st of April. This is just showing the site that have already been disinfected up to now, and the number of households that were covered. And now there is a plan to also embark on a second phase of that program, which is going to cover 74,137 households. Today, it is being done at eThekwini. In terms of the question was that the department is focusing on other stakeholders. What about ours? We have been supporting the farm dwellings, the farmers, in terms of supplying them with sanitization, but also the National Department of Agriculture is also driving a program of supporting the farm dwellings with protective clothing. We have now developed a plan as a department that will focus in supporting the farm dwellings where there is a need, where the areas are mostly densely populated. This is the implementation plan that we have developed. It's going to be mainly driven at a district level, using the capacity and the expertise of our employees. We'll also, where necessary, supply them with equipment, vehicle drone storage, that once the COVID has ended, these knapsack sprayers and the vehicle drone storage will be distributed to farmers who can use them from their farming activities. There was a question around our communication strategy. We have, as a department, a communication strategy that we have, which we developed from the provincial strategy approved by cabinet. It deals with internal communication, external communication, realizing digital media, public relations, media, and social media. We haven't really dramatically from the strategy that we have, but now the focus it's mainly on COVID, doing awareness to farmers, our outreach programs, and we are using Ukozi platform, Igagasi platform, community radios, as well as we are receiving publicity from SABC, radio, TV, and NCA, and Newsroom Africa. The last one that I'm going to cover is a short and long-term intervention towards COVID. The department is currently regarded as an essential service. So the services that we are giving to farmers has stopped in terms of food security, in terms of veterinary service and other services we are giving. But we have been recovery strategy is to be given amidst of the outbreak of the COVID-19, and an agricultural work stream was identified. On the 7th, we had a webinar where we are starting to share ideas and developing the strategy, getting it input from stakeholders to develop the strategy. The convener of this work stream is Professor Mudi, and we are taking advanced stage in
Chairperson.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Mpusi. We
This
seem
line
to
is
be losing you.
This line is deteriorating like crazy.
I see Sotobe. Sotobe, please switch off your mic and Zama. Zama, your mic is on, and Sotobe. Thando lwakhe, thando kwakhe sibiya. Thank you. Yebo, Mr. Mfusi.
Thank you, Chair. Mainly the ideas that we have generated around this strategy, we are looking at about 8 pillars that we are starting to brainstorm. The first one is fast-tracking asset execution in land reform, farm, and rural industry, mainly focusing on agri-hubs, the issues of market and seed production, protecting jobs in the rural value chain, farm gate and off-farm agricultural infrastructure investment that we need to look at as a province, the establishment of pre- and post-food value chain, how do we support farmers in terms of mechanization, production input relief, focusing on issues of mentorship and training, accelerating of access to market and support agro-logistic, and the rollout of economic relief and local buying to commercial and small-scale farmers. The strategy is still in its developmental phase, and we are still working in finalizing it. Once finalized, we will then present it to the portfolio committee, and it's going to be a chapter in the whole economic recovery strategy of the province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mfusi. We now have 2 questions from our stakeholders. I will allow Ms. Mpofu to read those questions to us so that when the department responds to this presentation, they also respond to those questions. Mr. Mpofu, Ms. Mpofu, Mrs. Mpofu.
Thank you,
There are 2
Chairperson.
questions from PSC, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairperson. There's a question from Pumelele Nzimande from PSC. It reads, on the question that has just been answered now, okay, I wouldn't know which one she's referring to. I wanted to know how they are dealing with the payment of service providers during lockdown. In our oversight over the public service, we have identified this as an issue. So the issue of payment of service providers during lockdown. And then the second question from PSC, I did not get the explanation as to why there are such delays in filling positions in the department. We will follow this up with the department as part of our M&E.
Okay, thank you. All right. Honorable members, those are the responses from each department on the questions that we have raised from the presentation that they made in our meeting on the 29th. Can we comment?
Chairperson is Papas.
Papas, number one.
Chairperson, Mrs. Rajbansi.
Mrs. Rajbansi, number two. Mshengu, number three. All right. In that order, honorable members, 1, 2, 3.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks very much for the presentation. Again, I've mentioned it before. I think it's admirable that you're assisting other departments, and I think the CFO clarified that the money for that will be recouped through interdepartmental transfers, which is great to know that the money will still be spent on agriculture. My concern is that you gave us a lot of details about how many settlements you've sprayed and how many knapsack sprayers and those sorts of things. But you gave us very little detail on how many farmers you've assisted, and that's the primary mandate of this department. So it would have been great to see that in the last 50 days of the lockdown, the department has helped spray X number of farm workers' dwellings. It's managed to assist X number of emerging farmers with sanitizers and PPEs. But it seems for the last, this period of lockdown, we've been focused outward and not inward. So my concern is actually been reinforced by what you've presented here, is that our mandate is towards food security and towards agriculture, but it seems as if for the past number of days or the past lockdown, we've been focused not on the people or the constituents that we are meant to serve. So I see you've got a long-term and a short-term strategy, but how long is this going to take? Because the longer it takes, the higher and the greater the risks are of this virus in the food production or value chain. By now, we should have rolled out an extensive program so that farmers would be prepared already by now. Because every time there's an outbreak on the farm, do we close that farm down like we do with shops? Every time someone gets infected in a small scale or emerging plot, how do we support that person? So we should have put those preventative measures in place now. So I'm glad that we had an opportunity to pose these questions before. So someone's helloing here. I'm glad that we got to put these questions before at our committee meeting for them to be clarified now, because to be very honest, Chair, there hasn't been a lot of detail. There's forward planning and there's a lot of things to happen in the future, but this virus, the peak is coming now, and we should be prepared for that. And it really doesn't seem as if we have been supporting the agricultural sector in this, but rather supporting the failures or lack in other departments.
Number two. Unmute.
Yes, Chair. It's Mrs. Rajbansi. I'm just looking at what the CFO has said, and I think for the amendments in the Green Book, I'm sure that there are minor tweaks in it compared with in terms of the national directive, but still something that we should be looking at, because I did say in the prior question to the CFO about baseline shifts in this department, and something that we have to monitor as a committee. But in terms of the M&E, I was satisfied with her explanation that it's going to be directed towards monitoring conditional grants, and that they've got the go-ahead to fill the positions for M&E personnel, and they're going to make do with what's in the department. But that brings me to the PSC Commissioner's response on why the delays in filling these posts. And I think that for us as a portfolio committee, both comments of the Commissioner, even with the payment of service providers during COVID-19, should be a resolution of our committee. On Mr. Nkosi's response on the interventions and strategies, as I said, I think he did state that they're still in a developmental stage for the whole provincial economic recovery strategy. But I still think that they're very broad, like, the land reforms and all, and maybe what we would like to see in the committee and sort of hone down into would be areas that pertain to our work, and that is regulatory constraints, and how do we relax that to open up the farming sector, especially for, as much as we talk about access to markets of the products, but what about access of ordinary people into the farming sector in order to stop the rural to urban migration. And for that reason, I feel that when we get the report or the strategy, we have to focus on a few challenges that the department has, and that is the risk management, the communication strategy, and the highly sort of regulated environment, and what reforms are going to take place there, so that we have we broaden the sector, along the entire stream of different farmers, from seamlessly from the smallest farmer to the biggest commercial farmer, and all those kinds of things, I think, for us. But the regulatory reforms is a very important thing that we must start focusing on. Thank you, Chair.
Number 3.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Even though it pains me to walk on the footsteps of Christopher Columbus' purpose, but I want to agree with him that seemingly on Mr. Mfusi's presentation, it seems like we have not taken due care to our constituency, the emerging farmers and the farmers and their workforce and so on. I wish that something be done in relation to that, because we would want to ensure that there is food security, and one of the ways of ensuring food security is to ensure that we have a healthy farming community and their workers. True, Chair, in Mr. Mfusi's recovery plan, economic recovery plan, I think bullet 2, there is something called, or rather in relation to job security. My question is, yes, job security in the sector, how to do that? Lastly, Chair, Mr. Mfusi presented a very elaborate picture about the production of sanitizers that have been dispensed throughout in a number of departments. But I think the last line of his presentation was saying their own use, they get it from private suppliers, and it just perturbed me. How do you produce something for everyone else, but you are not using it, the very same product? That probably there was something wrong there. I would want just a clarity on those future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Fraser. Honorable Duma.
No, you're right, Sister.
Honorable Komete. Honorable Mtetwa.
You're right, Sister.
Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Zuma.
No, I think I'm covered, Chair.
Honorable Mtetwa Omdala. All right, Mr. Mfusi, please respond.
Honorable Chair, it looks like Teaching Mfusi is having problems unless he is able to comment. I can try to respond in his absentia quickly.
Please, HOD.
Thanks. I think the first thing that we want to highlight is that
Most of the money of the services we provide to other departments, as the CFO has said earlier on, we do have interdepartmental transfers that are going to be invoiced towards all those departments. And our analytical laboratory is the one that is trying to assist us to make sure that we mitigate escalating costs that are coming as a result of the demand for chemicals, because our focus in the main are the chemicals, and then how to mitigate escalating costs and ensure that there is efficiency and maximizing the resources that we have. The issue of how many farmers are we supporting? We have done a lot of public awareness and community outreach programs. We've been to Msinga Mkanyagute, we've been to Marisburg Ndlovu, and in most of these drives, it was more on awareness. We have required, personally, I have requested the team to check with the demand of farmers in terms of their respective needs around the support for sanitizers and the likes. We then developed, because we are currently doing a sampling of farm dwellers who are in densely populated areas. That plan has been finalized. Next week we are starting with the sanitization of farm dwellers who are densely populated, because we believe that those areas are the most they've got the potential to be affected or infected with the virus. So we are working towards implementation for such. But in a nutshell, Chairperson, we have developed a model which is far sustainable in terms of dealing with the virus. As a result, it has attracted demand from other departments, which we are always looking in terms of improving efficiency and cutting costs. That is why that is where we find value in terms of our work. The constraints in terms of the COVID-19 with regard to access to market is a huge one. It's the most devastating one. In particular, small emerging farmers. I think one case was reported in the Maryland Garden in the recent week, and around the Belgium. One case where, for example, you've got the small farmers who are broilers and who in the main operate in the informal sector. There is no informal sector that is currently able to service our emerging farmers. Most of our emerging farmers operate in the informal sector. Those are vendors, hawkers in the street. There is no market for them. As a result, they are highly affected because they can't sell their products. And as a result, some are saying that we are consuming our own products. And secondly, they don't have access to inputs because they can't access those inputs with the suppliers, because suppliers now are focusing on the big farmers. So that definitely they are affected. And there is something that as the economy, as we are moving to level 3, we hope that the informal sector economy will be open so that our farmers can participate, especially emerging farmers, can go and participate. Like, for example, in the recent weeks, Chairperson, you have the social grants payment. The client of our emerging farmers are the beneficiaries of social grants. They go there in large numbers and sell their produce for a month and get their revenue. If they don't access that market, it becomes another problem, Chairperson, for our emerging farmers. In terms of farmers and I think and farm workers, we definitely have said to the team, I will repeat it, Chairperson, let us get in touch with our association on an ongoing basis and see where we can assist. And we've made all our services available, from veterinary service, lab service. We have never been on lockdown, all those services. And all our teams have been on the ground since the beginning of lockdown. So the support has been there throughout, and our ears are on the ground. We are always prepared to come in and intervene when necessary and try to assist. There is no way. I'm not sure where Honorable Mshelu is coming. That information is coming from. As the Department of Agriculture, the initial plan of developing our own chemicals was to support our own department. That is where it started. That was to support all our employees because we had the highest employee presence than any other department after the Department of Health during the lockdown. We had more than 1,200 employees. And all of them were requesting PPE, they were requesting sanitizers. So our plan was to support them without increasing cost. And that we achieved that all our chemicals are there to support our own employees. So we're not sourcing anything outside that. The only thing that we're sourcing outside that are things that we cannot produce. Like the mask we can't produce, the gloves we can't produce. And we did buy cleaning materials from Bidvest, which are supporting our cleaning materials because we have to intensify our cleaning because there's no use to disinfect the area if the area is not clean. So cleaning is very key when we are dealing with COVID-19. So I think, Chairperson, that is where one wanted to respond to. I'm not sure if I But in terms of the number of farmers that we are assisting, once the plan is implemented next week, we will be able to know how many we have done in terms of the sanitization program. Thank you, Chairperson.
All right. Thank you, HOD. Members, can we quickly take the report on 2.6? Who is leading us on that one, HOD? Okay. Sorry, 2.4, sorry.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Colleague.
Good morning.
Come in, colleague.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, HOD. Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members, and our stakeholders. I'll just be quickly presenting the food security interventions during COVID-19. I'm going to skip the purpose and part of the background. If we just go to the slide that looks at the one after this one on impact on that one exactly on small holders and the commercial farmers. Just the one before slide 7. Slide
the
6.
previous slide. The previous slide, Mr. Nkosi.
Slide 6.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think starting at this point, we'll probably try and save time because the majority of what was going to be said was giving the narration in terms of the impacts of COVID-19 as it were in general. But this one focuses now specifically to the sector. If one looks at how this is going to be impacting the commercial farmers for start, and also comparing it with the emerging farmers. For commercial farmers, we are anticipating that they will be affected in terms of export markets, especially those that we trade with European countries and some that we send to the United States. And part of that will also result in, obviously, we're anticipating there could be some job losses and loss of income for those farmers if intervention is not done. The other area where commercial farmers are likely to be impacted upon is on the restriction of sales and the delays in the delivery of agricultural machinery and equipment. And this is more not only just locally based, but we'd understand most of our machinery we rely on imports. So our spares is also affected by this, and there could be delays in terms of taking stock or delivery of some of those machineries. Some of the commercial farmers have already placed their orders, but the COVID-19 is likely to have an impact, especially with the custom delays. The other area is on the shift from the physical auctions to marketing through online auctions. We're likely to see that more and more taking place, especially with the commercial sector. And with this, we are also seeing that the market agents, livestock market agents, are able to go easily to most of the commercial farms to market their stock. The other area where there is going to be an impact we are anticipating is on the delivery of some of the production inputs, especially fertilizer being the most input which is reliant on exported raw materials in this instance. And this could largely also affect the pricing structure of fertilizer moving forward, especially if there were delays and if there are delays experienced importing some of the raw materials. Part of the farmers that would likely be saved would be those who had placed their orders quite early and started taking receipt of their production inputs much earlier before the lockdown. But those who had not yet placed their orders, they are likely to experience those delays. And these delays could impact on the summer planting season at a commercial level. But at this point, no one is able to quantify exactly what that impact is likely to be. But there could be that possibility if all farmers had not necessarily placed their production input orders earlier on before the lockdown, they might delay planting. The other area which is likely to affect this portion of the sector is on the practice of social distancing, especially for intensive enterprises like fruits and vegetable farming. I think we're still trying to grapple with the ways and means of how to really be able to practice social distancing in terms of these intensive farming commodities. But obviously, the precautionary measures in terms of masks and utilization of sanitizers and washing of hands, that is still possible. And that's the practice which farmers are still currently utilizing. But if one were to contrast this with the impact that is likely to be experienced by emerging farming sector, immediately you could see that the emerging farmers are more restricted in terms of the domestic market opportunity. The supply of food in the main that we see in the retail sector is largely from the commercial farmers. And the farmers who are emerging in this instance are now left without much market opportunities, especially that the movement is not as what it used to be in the past. The impact of this to them will be immediate loss of income as well. And there is also a limited availability to them in terms of the machinery and access to machinery equipment because they are not able to move as how the commercial sector is currently able to. The other area is obviously on the livestock marketing access. Most of them, they don't have online access in terms of the using online platforms. This is likely to impact them greatly in terms of marketing their livestock if only livestock auctions through online marketing were to be used. But at least there's been some relief on this, and I'll be talking to it at a later stage. The delays in the production inputs, they'll also be affected by the same delays. The mitigating factor in this instance from the department side, at least most of our production inputs, especially for those farmers whom we are supporting with production inputs, we just before the lockdown we'd already started taking deliveries of the fertilizers and seeds. So those are already at our disposal, and a program to distribute to farmers is already being rolled out. So on that score, some of the farmers who are able to access services from us will be saved. But that does not mean they will still not be impacted, because there are other farmers who ordinarily are unable to get services from the department, mainly just due to the resource limitation. The other aspect mainly is on the traveling restrictions, especially for those farmers who have farming businesses which are not registered. Mainly you find those farmers who have registered business entities are able to approach CISCP to get their permits and be able to issue such to their employees. But for most of these smallholder farmers, they don't have registered farming entities. They farm relatively close to where they are at a smaller scale, and they are limited in terms of how they move. What we do is help them through our extension and advisory services by our own officials assisting them to at least travel into whatever area they would want to go, and probably to fetch their seedlings or some of their production inputs. We're able to then utilize our extension officers for such services to be rendered to these farmers. You can move to the next slide. What is also important is that if one looks at a national level, there is projections of over 15 million tons of maize in the 2019-20 production season, which is now going to be harvested. And of that, if one were to contrast that with the demand is just above 13.8 million tons. So immediately one can see that at that level, the level of food security we're able to maintain a status of a food secured South Africa at a national level. And you could see that of the 15 million tons, KZN's share towards that is just over 700,000 tons of maize that we are expecting to harvest in this season. But if one looks at this, you could immediately think that food security is attained even at a local level, at a household level. But statistics has shown that we have over 24% of our households who are food insecure and have inadequate access to food. So then the question then becomes, what then should government do to try and assist? You can move to the next slide. I'm talking to the next slide. What then the government should do to try and assist those households? The multi-planting season program of the department is really geared towards assisting those vulnerable households who, as a consequence of the inability to be able to produce their own food, could be rendered as those who are food insecure. So our multi-planting season is trying to assist those farmers. And through the program, if we look at our program for 1920, we had already planted maize, which is over 8,000 hectares under production, and there was about just over 6,000 hectares of dry beans. And the expected harvest from this is anticipated to at least be able to alleviate some problems at the household level. But obviously, such is still not enough because if one looks at the total number of hectares that government is able to assist in putting under production vis-a-vis the 24% of the households who are food insecure in KZN, it's still inadequate. What we had done just in the first quarter, we'd already started with the multi-planting season, especially for the vegetable production. The slide there just depicts the areas in terms of the districts and the amount of hectareage that is currently supported by the department to help with the attainment of food security at a household level. Next slide. On the livestock side of things, we do know that the current economic outlook of the sector of the country is quite poor at this stage, and as confirmed by different statistics which has been given even in the past, and the rating agencies in this instance. And with that, there's an expected job losses. This statement I'm making purely because agriculture is also not going to be saved from the economic meltdown. We are also going to be impacted as an economic sector as well. And with COVID-19, it's also putting further strain, especially with farmers reeling from the drought, which we've just come out of in the last few months. Now we are faced with COVID-19. But with all of this, with the economy having been weakened, there still are opportunities, especially when it comes to the promotion of exports. Just before you move from that slide, there's still opportunities when it comes to the promotion of exports. We were just looking the other day, some of the international countries who are buying red meat at almost 2,000 rands a kg converted. And we think those should be some of the areas where, as a country, we try and exploit as an opportunity in this instance. The area of red meat per se, we know it has been affected, especially with the closure of the restaurants and hospitality industry in the main. But there's an opportunity here for the white meat industry, especially chicken, as one alternative protein source that you might see quite a lot of more people moving towards buying of white meat as a cheaper option for protein in this instance. You can move to the next slide. The impact to the livestock industry has really been mainly, as I've alluded, on the marketing aspect. And farmers, especially the emerging farmers, aren't able to utilize the online platforms. And they will be hardest hit if only online platforms will be utilized for the marketing of livestock. But what was positive over the last month was that the national department was able to issue us throughout the country with communication, which was confirming the reopening of the livestock auctions. And we've already had quite a few livestock auctions. They are now continuing unrestricted, but obviously, we still need to practice social distancing. So it affects the number of farmers who have to come to the auction and possible buyers. So we're still trying to find other alternatives as a sector in understanding the operating environment given this challenge. Some of the responses that, given all the background which I've given, some of the responses that the department, together with other sister at national, especially departments in this instance, is that we at the first instance, we had designated Extension and Advisory Service as a critical support function. So that meant that service is available and has been available right from day one of lockdown to our farmers. And we've seen how it has been able to assist most of the smallholder farmers, especially with the responding to the relief scheme, which was announced by the national minister 2 months earlier. And I'm going to be talking to that later. The other area is on the constant engagements that have been held with our stakeholders, especially facilitated by our Honorable MEC, as when we had been hit with the COVID-19 pandemic. So we've been in constant engagements with stakeholders. The latest being the webinar engagement, which I'm still going to talk to in the next slide. Also, there are constant engagements with the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on post-COVID-19 strategies. And this specifically talks to the agriculture and agro-processing master plan that is being prepared at a national level, which will obviously be informed by the work that we had already started preparing in the province. We had an interaction with our stakeholders and the national department on this work, and some of the stakeholders are on the same platform. And we will be improving and contributing on the master plan, which is driven by national in this instance. And that master plan now, its focus is to really deal with issues of ensuring that the sector still thrives post-COVID-19. Move to the next slide. The other interventions done by the sector, especially at a national level, is there is a partnership that the National Department has entered into with the Bureau for Food and Agricultural Policy, which assists in being able to package information and track the impact of COVID-19 on our food security as a country. So periodically, BFAP is able to report and post on their online platform, which is supported by government, on issues that are affecting the sector as it relates to the pandemic. The other interventions are with the National Agricultural Marketing Council, which monitors food prices, especially for the food items which are largely consumed by households at lower income level. So those are some of the interventions that the sector is looking at. Also, the work with the DTI and the South African Consumer Goods Council also is assisting in being able to monitor the impact of COVID-19 on food prices and being able to try and regulate in that front. Next slide. What we've also done as the department is working together with the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in the province. We've been able to assist in the main smallholder farmers with provision of access to market. As a department, we forward a database of all farmers on a daily basis to the department who seek market opportunities for their produce. Honorable Chair, you'll recall that the farmers we're talking about, some of them are already now supplying the government's national food nutrition scheme, the NSNP program. With the closure of the schools by the department through as a result of the pandemic, it has taken away that market opportunity for those farmers. And our relationship with ATK in this instance is then trying to assist those farmers with identifying alternative markets. As a department, we are also trying to assist some farmers with finding alternative markets as well. Go to the next slide. Some of the other interventions. Okay, thanks, Chair. Some of the other interventions, working with the National Department, there have been supply of the PPEs to farm workers in this instance, but this was done through the farmer organizations, the farmers unions. They were given over 40,000 units of masks to distribute to farm workers. HOD has already spoken about the outreach program which the MEC is conducting to ensure a creation of awareness and ensuring that production of food still continues even during this period in KZN. The webinar platform on our economic recovery plan, I'm not going to touch on it. I think Udirichi Mfusi has already addressed it, but those are some of our responses. Next slide. Then the national minister had announced a 1.2 billion rand scheme, a relief scheme for smallholder farmers and communal farmers. This slide just talked to which areas the support intervention was expected. I think this is what we also presented in the last meeting, that the focus was on those commodities: poultry, vegetables, fruits, livestock, and winter feed. I would want to then move to the next slide because it's now giving us progress on what has been done in the province. In the province, we've received over 4,700 applications. Of those applications, 1.9 were disqualified or rejected, and 2,800 were approved, and we're now waiting concurrence from the national department. Now that gives it a breakdown. You can move to the next slide. Of those which were not recommended or which were disqualified in the main, part of the reasons I explained, and in the main, they lacked proof of ownership in terms of land access, and some didn't have records to prove their financials. Even if they didn't have financial records, we were still accepting records from some of their suppliers. So we could not get those from these ones, including ID copies and the likes. You can move to the next slide. You can move to the next slide. Next slide. It still explains the same thing. You can move. Then on this one, I think this is important to talk to Honorable Chair, is that when we first started the process with the National Department, they'd given us a process in terms of a scoring criteria, and that scoring criteria main excluded anyone who would score a minimum of 5. And minimum of 5, for you to qualify, you needed to get minimum of 6. And most of those, and you can see as reflected in red, it would have meant the province was only going to submit 52 million rands worth of applications. But there were further negotiations with the national, and they relaxed the scoring to include males in this instance, who were now excluded if only the qualifying criteria was up to a score of 6. So that released a further 46 million. So in total, the recommendation we've made to national is almost 100 million. It's 99.7 million worth of relief funding out of the 1.2 at this stage. Can then move to the next slide. I think this slide I've already talked to. You can pass in terms of the challenges. Probably if you were to move to the slide before last, just after this one. The slide after this one, it's the last slide, Chair. It just re-emphasizes the point that when we look at interventions as a sector, we really need to look at interventions along the value chain, especially if we have to guarantee food safety in this instance. If at the value chain at the primary level, those precautionary measures are not taken into account, we're likely to even exacerbate the cases of COVID-19 in one way or indirectly through the sector. So even at the primary level or at the warehousing level, there needs to be those precautionary measures taken. As produce gets transported, there needs to be those measures even with those who are processors in this instance, up to the level where food goes to someone's table. We just wanted to present this so that we are all clear that the intervention must not just be only on the primary level, but throughout the value chain. And these are the responses we're looking at. Honorable Chair, I want to end here with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Dlamini. Let's, honorable members, any questions on this presentation?
Okay.
Yes, please, Chair.
Kapindu memeza ngizwanga.
Papas.
All right, Papas number 1.
Yeah, I'll share with you adoptiwe.
Myself, Chair.
Mrs. Rajbansi, Babu Nxumalo, please switch off your mic. Mrs. Rajbansi, number 2. Honorable Fraser. Honorable Duma. Yebo.
Right, ngiyabonga.
Honorable Duma. Honorable Mthethwa Omncane. Honorable Mthethwa Omdala. Honorable Mthethwa Senior. Honorable Zuma.
No, I'm thinking right for now, sir.
Honorable Kumete.
Chair, I've got a question. Duma, I will come.
Okay. Honorable Kumete. Okay. Three members, Papas, Raj, and Tombeni.
Mina ngibuzonga ngani? Sir.
Andisibonanga isandla sakho. Okay, Mshengu. Bengithi usuhambi.
I am still here, Chair.
All right, Honorable Mshengu, number 4. I'm sorry, Honorable Mshengu. Okay, in that order, honorable members, quickly.
Thanks, Chair. Don't worry, I'm covered, Mshengu. Thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to know, what is the actual difference between what your usual departmental program is around food security and the actual plan that you're putting forward here? Because we've always had challenges with all the things that you've mentioned on this thing, especially with regards to market access and access to resources. But it just seems as if it's more of the same. It would have been great to hear what we're doing to protect food transportation to the various markets, what we're doing to increase the access for small-scale farmers and emerging farmers to transportation during a time when there's unnecessary restrictions on movement. So really, if you can just clarify what's different in this plan around food security as opposed to what we usually have. And then secondly, please, just some clarity on your criteria that was set for assistance of farmers, because as far as I was aware, and I stand to be corrected, the pronouncements made by national government didn't say that we should exclude people who are male farmers. It just says that there would be priority given. But the explanation and the way that you've put it forward seems to suggest that certain people were automatically excluded from the get-go, and that they had basically no chance of getting support. So I'd just like to know what were the criteria that were eventually used per each grade. So what did you need to do to qualify for level 6? What did you need to be to qualify for level 5, and so on? Thanks very much.
Number 2.
Yes, Chair. I have 2 questions. The first one, I want to thank the official for the presentation. It was very informative. But, I think what we always lacking maybe in terms of a report on, and yet I believe it's very integral to this sector, and that is that if you look at the strategies generally, and especially about the value chain, I think that as we concentrate on the value chain now as a committee, we have to look at expanding the horizontal part of the chain where you have feeder groups coming in and feeding into the vertical chain. A chain that was very monopolized before, but then how do you now expand the horizontal base? And as much as the speaker says that, look, we've been giving more focus to the primary level or the entry level, and we now need to move on to maybe other levels. But I think that in saying that, I want to know from the department, where in this model of how you're going to focus from maybe the primary going into a secondary, more manufacturing level of farming, where in this then do cooperatives come in? And which model is the Department of Agriculture following? Because we know in the province, different departments have different cooperative models. And I've asked the Premier that, we should have, it doesn't mean that one size fits all, but we should have a basic general model coming from the Office of the Premier that other departments then adopt and then readapt, because then we're working from a core model and all departments have sort of the same rules. And the reason why the cooperatives and how they're going to fall into this whole plan is important because of the job creation, especially given all the problems that we have. But the other question is on the COVID response, and I understand fully the problems the farmers are experiencing, especially when it comes to transportation and the fact that they can't move around as freely as they used to before. But I want to know from the department, what direct intervention has our department made with the task team at province with this issue? And how are they going to resolve it? Because the task team obviously has SANDF, they have SAPs, but they also all have to be overseen by what the national directive is. But we have moved to level 4, and we are preparing to move to level 3 soon. So if we're preparing to move to level 3, then obviously some very aggressive interventions can be taken by our department to lessen the problem of transport for the farmers so that they can move about a little more freely. But the fact is they have to make those proposals so that it's taken into level 3 and we can at least open up more movement for the farmers. Thank you, Chair.
Number 3.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think the presentation is palatable. However, there are outstanding matters. Like, for instance, President Sihlalo uveza engathi isimo sesinormal when it comes to auction. I think we did last time highlight ukuthi mhlambe i-department kuyofanele ibe practical. Uyabona nje uma sekuthiwa uquantify la KwaZulu-Natal mhlambe abe successful ama auctions asabe u2 lezi abantu bakithi abamnyama bakwazi ukuhambisa izinkomo. Leya online vele yaba disadvantage ngoba oqala nje akwazi ukuhambisa izinkomo basebenzanga ba screen from communal and emerging farmers. Into esafanele bayingele nanokuthi i-department as long as ingasondeli bazo prejudice abantu ngoba enye i-debate kuyofanele singene at some point in time ukuthi if njengamanje i-winner prize is 29 rand ezama emerging farmers ngavele bayazi baseke desperate basifuna ngo26 rand. That's a gap. The only person noma the only institution engayi-address is our departments that must come close. Angizwa ke chair issue planting season. I think they just still have to review it. At this point in time ngicabanga ukuthi basaku back and forth simply because of isim. Let me give you just a practical example. In South Africa currently uzobona ukuthi uyalandela i-maize belt. Almost everywhere ummbila utshaliwe. That indicates ukuthi kune oversupply of maize. Kodwa on the other breath yathi sengikhulumile nje ukuthi i-winner price is down baye babalancise ngendlela ethile. I-department kuyofanele check what type of seeds are more required urgently when we start our planting season. And we did highlight chair ukuthi if i-planting season still besazoyibeka ngo-September 1 meqala akusabi kanjalo eSouth Africa. We don't hear ukuthi in terms of research methodology i-department ithini ngoba when they are going to start somewhere in September bazobe besalandela the old formula that will still prejudice abantu laba kufanele bangene into the mainstream market. Those are the issues that we thought ukuthi presentation izozenza. Ngicabanga ukuthi they must get closer i-process bayithole kahle ngoba ukhona umbuzo athe uyawuzama uyasho at that particular time wamvala ngoba bekuse during fourth quarter. Ngiyafisa ke manje bayi-highlight ukuthi ke benza kanjani izinto zokusupply kwama-culture. Ngenhlanhla ke upresenter uyayiveza lento yokuthi ngenxa ye-over reliance ye-import export trade i-South Africa sibona izoba disadvantage neKwaZulu-Natal in particular. Ithini ke i-methodology going forward? Uyabona nje abo-emerging farmers even lawa assisted by government if athenga ama-implements azoba nenkinga yokuthi ke ama-space akabi khona. Ugovernment uzobasiza kanjani because ngisho umuntu okade sekwazi ukuzilimela natural uthola ukuthi akasakwazi anymore. So how do you balance all those issues? Those are practical issues esifuna bakhulume kuwona azo-assista i-communal business chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Mshengu.
I'm covered, Chair. Thank you.
All right. Nelly, any questions from our stakeholders?
Yes, Chairperson. The first question is that some vulnerable households cannot access seeds and seedlings currently. Nurseries are selling underdeveloped seedlings because of the demand. Also, selling of surplus like sweet potatoes, ground nuts, and other products in Ingwavumo and Gwangwanase is still a challenge because of movement restrictions. Okay, I think this was just a comment. Let me move on to the next one.
All right. Was that the only question?
There's another one, Chair. Just a moment. Okay. This one is from Pumelele Nzimande from
Commissioner Pumelele.
Commissioner Pumele, sorry about that. What is the department doing to use the opportunity of COVID-19 to drive a public education initiative on the role of agriculture for sustainable livelihood now and beyond? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, HOD. Those are the questions. Please respond. And I think there were two questions from PSC earlier on that were not responded to. If you can also respond to those.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me request the colleagues to come in first, led by you, Chief Director Udamini, and the PSC one, if he's back, to also assist to respond to those two. I will then summarize at the end, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, Bab.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Maybe to respond to the question regarding the criteria that was used and what was contained in the criteria. In the criteria, there were 8 elements or areas that each one you had to get a point for. One was proof of access to land. You had to at least display some form of income derived from the business or the farming activity. The other one was on the employment. Already, if you are as a farmer putting in an application, we were recognized as an employee, so all farmers were able to get points for that. The other area was on a good agricultural practice, and this is more towards ensuring that the farmers that we support are practicing sustainable farming methods moving forward. Then the other area was on market access. If you had access to market, you needed to at least display that. The other areas, the other 2 areas, 3 areas, just focusing on the vulnerable groups, which is women. You got a point if the business or the farm was owned by women. If it had youth, there was also a point, and if it had people with disabilities. If one looks at all those 8, you could have all the 8 up to the land access. Out of 8, you could have up to land access and you'll be able to score a 5. But for the vulnerable categories, being women, youth, and people with disabilities, you will then end at a 5 and you wouldn't be able to progress any further because the qualifying criteria was a 6. But that was renegotiated. That was I was trying to explain that was renegotiated, and it then allowed males to even come in to be assisted in this instance. On the question and the differences between what we were presenting and what we would normally do, I think on that one, obviously us being in the sector, our response partly just besides the issue of addressing the precautionary measures, the PPE and all that, will still largely remain the same at some extent, in the sense that it's about food production. It's about ensuring that we are able to sustain the demand that is likely to ensue with people requiring more food, especially at this time of the lockdown. So there could be that temptation that what we present is obviously based on food production, and those are the programs that we in any event are supporting as a department. The question around the inclusion of cooperatives, I think we're noting that, and I think when it comes to especially the development of the agricultural master plan as it unfolds, the inclusion of all stakeholders would be taken into consideration, not only just reserved in specific stakeholders. The other question around ensuring what is it that we are doing to ensure the movement of farmers. At our last engagement with the National Department of Agriculture, and this was the meeting of the HODs throughout the province and the DG at the National Department, this point was raised by all departments that the current regulations are a bit restrictive to the smallholder farmers. And then we need to do something about it. And the meeting ended with the National Department going to be able to prepare a draft revision of those regulations, we'll follow up with the department in terms of how far that work has been taken, so that we're able to get a relief for farmers in terms of some movement. But as I've explained earlier, even though the movement is restricted, we've made available access in terms of our own officials to be able to assist those farmers, be they requiring seedlings to be collected from the nurseries. Our officials are able to do that, be it fertilizer or getting supplies from some of the agricultural co-ops. We are able to assist some of those farmers, including movement of the produce in their different market destinations. The other input on the livestock auctions, I think one concedes that it's not business as usual, even though with the letter that was issued by the national DG to explain the issue of livestock auctions, there are still limitations. We concede, especially for our smallholder farmers in this instance. So that is still an issue, especially even if one looks at what some of the market agents are doing. They would go to specific farms to get their livestock in terms of marketing. Our own smallholder farmers with a limited number of livestock are really at a receiving end when it comes to this pandemic. So that one the department does concede. The issues of us being practical with some of our responses, I think we are noting that, and we'll probably be able to improve in terms of our responses on those areas. There was a question also around the movement. I think this one I've partly addressed, the movement restrictions. But what becomes important with the statement that was made around the delivery or the farmers getting underdeveloped seeds from nurseries, I think the question of partnerships with stakeholders becomes key. That if whatever, as we respond to the challenge, it becomes a collective response with some of the industry players, because they also have some resource which could also be able to help the department in responding to some of the challenges by farmers. And I think with us interacting frequently with the stakeholders, we are trying to ensure that that is realized. The question on public awareness or creation or the drive on training, I think what the department is already trying to do with some of the outreach programs. That's partly what we're in responding to creating that awareness to the public. One concedes it's obviously not enough. There are other radio slots or other platforms that we could still be able to use to be able to send the message out there to our people. Maybe we did that quite often in the early stages, but the frequency is no longer the same. But those platforms are available to us to utilize. With your permission, Chair, I would want to end here, HOD.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mfusi.
Thank you, Chair. I think the questions that I will respond to from the Commissioner is the question around the issue of the payment of invoice during the lockdown, as well as the delay in the filling of vacancies. On the issue of the payment of invoices, all our offices haven't been closed. services are being rendered in all the offices. So as soon as the invoices are submitted, validated, they are then sent to finance for processing. So we do process our invoice during this period. On the issue of the filling of the vacancies, the department has prioritized the most critical vacancies to be filled, and we have designed a strategy where we have set multiple interview or shortlisting committees. Just before the lockdown, we said during 3 days before on the weekends, and we actually shortlisted on the number of posts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mfusi. HOD, can I request that you hold on the summary until we deal with all the issues? When you conclude at the end, you then deal with all the issues that we have wanted to raise on all the topics.
Accepted. That's accepted, Chairperson. No
Okay,
problem.
thank you. All right, 2.5, Mr. Dr. Sorry. Dr. Skakane.
Morning to members of the House, to my MEC, to my HOD and my colleagues. Morning, everyone. Am I getting through?
Yes, yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you, Doctor.
Okay, right. Okay, am I president projected? So from Secretariat? Okay. I'm gonna start at slide number 2. My presentation on veterinary services, the Chief Directorate and their deliverables. Slide number 2 goes to a background. We, as veterinary services, we seek to promote animal health, safeguard food security, human health, and animal welfare through controlling diseases of economic and zoonotic importance nationally. Slide number 3. The Chief Director comprises of 3 sub-directorates of veterinary public health, diagnostic services, and animal health. Import and exports cuts across all 3 directorates within veterinary services. Then the personnel within the directorates are state vets, animal technicians, veterinary technologists who are found in the lab, and public health practitioners that are monitoring our laboratories. Next slide. This is our legislative mandate. The key one being Animal Disease Control Act of 1984, Act 35, Meat Safety Act. Animal Health Act has not been promulgated yet. Then Livestock Branding, and Animal Identification Act. And then we are also signatories to Medicines and Veterinary Substance Control Act, Act 101, which controls the medicines that are used in the country, also use a lot of drugs. Next slide. This talks to our livestock census, keeping in mind that the numbers that are reflected here are purely cattle, specifically cattle from the communal head, which comprises maybe 60% of the provincial head of cattle in the province, which is 2.1 million. Those are the cattle that we dip every month. In fact, every week. And then there's a goat census, a sheep census, and a dog census, dog population, which is just under 750,000 dogs. Next slide. Hello?
No, continue. I'm happy that your dog population has reduced.
It is 750,000. 750,000 that with the third of that sitting within the Durban Metro. Next slide. We render these services: disease control, disease surveillance and diagnosis, veterinary public health, primary health care, import, export control, livestock farmer empowerment, which is mainly training and support services, which is this is where we then veterinary extension, we do telephonical and physical, then livestock marketing, which is mainly livestock auctions that we have throughout the province. Then this slide talks to the fact that the mandate for disease control is established from Act 3584, which will maybe hoping that will be amended soon to Animal Health Act. And also primary health programs where we do community interventions also come in and assist us on this one. The next slide, that's a picture of a communal dipping tank, which is our biggest and main office of disease control, especially for the communal head. Keeping in mind that we also do disease control commercial farm with inline certification of various permits for them, like all farms that are producing meat. So milk has to be certified TB negative. That is part of our legislative mandate on disease control. Right? We've got 2,053 of these tanks that are functional throughout KZN, that we service every week, that we provide TB chemical soil, that we provide primary health care for deworming, vaccinations, and a bit of extension. The next two slides, slide number 10, 11, talks to our targets based on the two regions of the province, which is north and south. They're now called Area 1 and Area 2. Out of these two slides, I've pulled out what is critical. But before I move to what is critical, we have to remember that when we look at our targets, performance information, there is now one nationally required mandate that talks to epidemiological units. Now, all those visits to epidemiological units are extrapolated from these targets. These are our internal targets when we perform our duty. So we combine these 80% of this to come up with epidemiological units. It's a national imposed target. Now, out of these, we've extrapolated the critical ones, which is anthrax vaccination. We remember last year, before I go there, on average throughout the province we do 22 depings per deep tank annually. Okay. Now we go to vaccinations that we render would be anthrax, which we do under just under 700,000. We do brucella testing and surveillance. Our target is 65,000. This mainly talks to commercial farms that we bleed and also submit blood samples to our allergen lab. Then we do the culture and Newcastle disease vaccinations as part of our services to the farmers. Next slide. Then we do, this is actually mainly the lab work, which is this surveillance, where they test for zoonotic diseases like rabies, brucellosis. Their targets of testing, for instance, for TB would be 33,000 a year. For brucellosis would be 74,000 a year, which is, as I'm saying, that the lab will receive blood samples from us plus the milk samples that are coming from various farms to do the Rosbongal test on them. But they are combined target for tests that are compliant with ISO standards, which, by the way, the allergen lab I don't want to say qualified, it's registered for. It's 85,000 tests a year. Then there is public health, where we maintain standards and monitor the performance of our patois if they stick to the regulations and requirements of the Act, especially Safety Act of 2002. Next slide, this slide talks to rabies. It's a zoonotic disease that kills people, but mainly young kids. It's a painful part about it. It is of critical importance to veterinary services that we contain this condition and can only be contained by dog vaccinations. For the financial year, we were targeting to do just under 350,000 dogs. The rabies elimination plan, which we say 2030. Remember, we almost eliminated rabies about 5 years ago, but there seems to have been a surge that comes back now. If we can, scientists say, if we can vaccinate 70% of the animals in a period of 36 months, we can then eliminate rabies in our society. Not eradicate, eliminate it. Now, our focus area and what we've learned over the years is that if we contain rabies along the coastal belt, if you contain your rabies from Potchefstroom along the coastal belt right up to Manguzi, you seem to be able to put an end to it. Because if you look at areas like Abo, Ladysmith, Underpack, you're getting there what they call a sylvatic cycle that includes wildlife, your jackals and yellow mongoose, which that is self-limiting, but it doesn't seem to affect human beings. We have been advising commercial farmers there with dairy cattle to vaccinate their cattle because at one stage came up to Nottingham Road to vaccinate their cattle for rabies, which is like 150, to protect them from getting infected by these jackals and yellow mongoose. Then we've got primary care, which is basically supported by the compulsory community veterinary services. This year, we've got 18 of these young vets. I'm in slide 16, Chair. Hello?
Yes, we are with you.
Okay. Primary animal health care, which is mainly meant by compulsory. On that picture, it shows us going to community halls and rendering a service of dog sterilization, that is, we'll be castrating dogs and removing ovaries of female dogs. This service is done for free for these communities, and these young people do it under our supervision. Like in the next track, we can go anywhere and create awareness, but that track is also a theater. It's slide 17. As I was saying, that our primary care is driven by these young vets that are doing their community service for the first year. This year they are 18. They are scattered throughout the whole province. They do surgical work, they do medical treatments. We now have a capacity when a person says, my animal or cow has got a broken leg, to send out people, young vets, to go out and assist. Before we didn't have that capacity. This is an example of a calf that had a broken leg and they done a splinter. The other one would be the circumcision on a bull that had provincial problems and couldn't breed. Import-export is our money, especially for products of animal origin. Before, as Rose was talking about exporting beef to UK, USA, we need to authorize the exportation of beef to USA in line with their import requirements. I mean, a couple of years back, the ostrich industry collapsed because the requirements from the EU on them exporting ostrich meat to EU was beyond reasonable. So that's what we oversee, and we permit the movement of meat and stuff like that. So whenever we think about export, we must look at those aspects of export. Public health, We oversee abattoirs if they comply with the requirements of the Act, Meat Safety Act. We oversee the import and the export facilities of meat, which is, we've got plenty of them around Durban, your Boxer, Checkers, Spa plants that at the moment is currently subcontracted to food agency due to capacity problems within the province and national veterinary services. Then we've got human resource issues. I think these ones have been dealt with and members are fully aware of. It's there. I'm not going to go into details. Maybe before, or then we've got on challenges, we've got the problem of car hijackings. Our shortage of staff continue to be a problem. Our budget is not aligned to what we do currently, but that is, we're going to start working the path towards that and fixing that problem over a period of time. And with these challenges, our recommendations is filling up of our post, the current structure. We're sitting at about 45% occupancy rate across the Chief Directorate. If Chair would please me, maybe before, I would talk to, I understand it's not part of the slide here, African swine fever in the Eastern Cape. Can I, Chair?
Yebo.
Let me make members aware that the first case of African swine fever was picked up in Northwest last year. It then spread to Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and Free State. The unique problem with this particular outbreak of African swine fever is that it was not only an outbreak in the farming community or rural communities, it was spreading in the informal settlements, squatter camps like Diepsloot. It presented a challenge in those provinces in controlling swine fever, African swine fever. But we hadn't had a case of African swine fever in Eastern Cape, KZN, Western Cape until this past weekend, where we had 2 identified cases in Butterworth, within Amatole district, 2 villages, which was Ingotu and Tolweni. Ingotu case remains at 1 household where pigs have died. It has not spread within the village. Tolweni village, it is confined within the village itself because they've done 5-kilometer radius testing. They couldn't pick it up in other areas. But then these COVID roadblocks for the Eastern Cape have come out as a blessing because now the officials are participating in these COVID roadblocks, and it seems to be a contained problem because even this morning I was talking to the Chief Director over there to say what is the current situation. It seems to be a contained problem within those 2 villages. In one village it's a household, in another village it's a village itself. They have not picked up any other cases. That's where we stand now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Skakane. HOD, we now take 2.6. And here we want an update, HOD, from the previous reports that have been presented to the committee. We are aware that the procurement was done with regards to bales and concentrates on the 17 million that was allocated towards that activity, as well as the 3 million that was allocated towards the medicines. What was not clear to us in our previous meetings was Uguti from the research centers, the distribution plan from the distribution plan from the research centers to the farmers that had applied during the drought period. How far are you now? If you can just zoom in on that one so that we complete the reports that we've received previously. As well as the outstanding delivery from the service providers of other items that you had procured earlier.
Thanks, Lalo. I'll be very short, but if you did Dr. Mkhize will provide a detailed responses. Most of the items were delivered to the research centers, except the pallets that remained one of contention between the department and the service providers because of price escalation. What they quoted for in December and what the market price was in January, there was a one of contention which myself, the CFO, agreed that we cannot justify any escalation beyond the treasury's guideline. And for that reason, we cancelled their orders on those items that they were unable to supply, because their argument was that the prices just escalated, and due to the fact that there was a huge demand coming from Eastern Cape. And then we said, then we said, no, we can't escalate our prices. But luckily, by the 10 of events in January, we saw a lot of rain, which we were monitoring, and to determine how the order for drought is. And then the rain continued inadvertently to such an extent that the demand for support from farmers in that period, I'll be honest, Chairperson, we did not have pressure from farmers. What has come to our attention is that the same farmers are in the drought winter-prone areas. Therefore, we are responding to the same farmers, but now addressing the winter challenge in terms of the supply. The team started last month to distribute to those affected farmers, and we've also realized excess stock. What we are doing with excess stock, we are currently supporting farm associations that are coming to us for support as well. So those are mainly in the extreme rural areas, emerging livestock farmers that we are supporting. The balance of the fund that was not used as a result of the declining demand, we have come up with a plan which I've approved, that we are going to supplement the winter drought demand, food demand. So that is what we are doing now. We are procuring for the winter demand, because there is a possibility that if the rain is delayed, in September, we can still respond, because as Honorable Dumaya said, there is a change in the climate in general, and for that we see there's always some mild drought coming in around spring or early summer. So we are responding to that at this moment. But there have been savings realized, quite reasonable. So we did not escalate prices, which we felt was not justified. The distribution is already started to affected, and in particular in the extreme rural areas which were prone to disaster. Dr. Mkhize will just go through the report if you still need more information, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mkhize. Dr. Mkhize.
Good day, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay.
Good day, Honorable Chairperson.
Hi.
Good day, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members and my colleagues. I don't know if the operator can page down. Let's see. I have updated, Honorable Chairperson, the presentation to talk to. I think you still have the old one. I have updated, Honorable Chairperson, the presentation to show the districts and the people are going to benefit from the relief intervention. It gives the numbers of how many people have benefited. As HOD has already explained, the distribution has started, but we're not done yet. But all 11 districts have got people who are going to benefit. It's a pity that it cannot be shown, but I think we'll just have to forward it to the portfolio committee with your permission, Chairperson. But basically,
Yeah, basically, I think that is the critical part that the portfolio wanted to know, which is there. There is a slide which you do not have now that talks to the distribution in terms of how many people will benefit in terms of the feed. And there's a couple of slides, Honorable Chairperson and members, which talk to the medication and the distribution according to offices from which it will be taken and distributed to the deep tanks, as Dr. Skakane explained the way they function. So those slides are not in your presentation. We had to put that information later on. So I think that we can send to you. The slide, Honorable Chairperson, that talks to the number of people which will receive is compiled from an Excel spreadsheet, which has got the exact people and how much they will receive. Unfortunately, it's a couple of sheets. It's an Excel sheet, but there's a sheet for each district, which you are not privy to, unfortunately, and I apologize for that. But this presentation that I'm talking to, as well as the Excel spreadsheet, if my principals allow me, purely because the Excel spreadsheets have got personal information of the members in terms of the ID number and their names and the exact coordinates of where they are. But that information is available, Chairperson, so we can forward it to the Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Honorable members, ngicela sikhulume on 2.5 and 2.6. HOD 2.7, you can just table it. We have on this one overtaken by events. The Parliament had set, I think, on Tuesday, and your resolutions, your responses to the resolutions were presented in that meeting.
Thank you, Chairperson. As we have said, the matter around the Workers' Parliament have already been overtaken by events. We did submit to the Premier our responses, which he subsequently presented to the Workers' Parliament. I'm not sure, Chairperson, if you want me to go through.
No. I just want for purposes of recording, just to say you are tabling the report, because you are expected as a department to present the report to the portfolio committee as well.
Thanks, Chair. No, the report is tabled for noting by the portfolio committee as per the request of the previous meeting. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, can we now engage 2.5 and 6? Nisa Kona or Nlele Manje?
Kona Slad.
All right. Any appetite? Honorable Fraser?
Honorable
No, I'm covered. Dad.
Honorable
Okay.
Chair, Mrs. Rajbansi.
Mrs. Rajbansi, number 1. Who
Yes,
else?
Chair.
Honorable Papas.
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Kumete. Okay. In that order, honorable members, Rajbans, Papas, and Kumete.
Yes,
Nelly,
Honorable
if you.
I want to thank Dr. Kikone and Dr. Mkhize for the reports, but with the bed services, I just wanted to check. I know I just stated that there's 45% the posts. I think, is that 45% only filled? So if that's the case, I wanted to know, you know, when it comes to visiting abattoirs or the private shops, etc., that store meat, etc., how many inspectors does the department have? And Similarly, how many vets do they have? Or if there's a challenge there. The other is on the drought report. I wanted to check that funding that's being given for both the dip tank and the feed, the most important thing I feel for us as a committee when we get the reports is the tabulated form to see the distribution. But the dip tank report is very important because of disease spread and all the implications that that has. You know, just to have how many dip tanks are being sort of disinfected every month, maybe like on a monthly basis from now on. So like sort of a register so that we know how far that's progressing, so that we control disease and all kinds of things. But I think those are the two questions, Chair. Thank you.
Number 2.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, my laptop's telling me that it's going to die. I just want to thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to find out, obviously the concern is the high number of vacancies, but I just wanted to get an indication how much of the work that you do is being performed by your CCS employees or volunteers, whatever we call them. But how much of that work is being performed that should be performed by a full-time staff or employee of the department that might require a little bit more specialization? Just some clarity on that. Thank you.
Number 3.
Yes, Chair.
Honorable members, please switch off your mics. Singaze sizwe ezinye izinto.
Thank you, Chair. In Dr. Skakane's presentation, he mentioned something like an outbreak of rabies in Ugu district and Ilembe district. If I may know how many cases in each district, including the fatal ones. The second one is that seeing that the movement is very limited, and I'm sure even the slaughtering of cattle now in the abattoirs is very much limited. How much time could you say it's a healthy or safety time for meat to be stored? And thirdly, when it comes to supporting the emerging farmers and other commercial farmers, I heard this morning that commercial farmers is in an association called Agri-SA. They've got their own fund, and even Engine said that now they've increased, they're giving them R1 per litre that they purchase from them. Do you still support them on top of that fund, or that fund is only limited to the Agri-SA as a private fund without something like that? Because if they are ahead of other farmers with the funds, so most of the funds, I feel, must be given to the emerging farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have exhausted our list. Welcome, Vanessa. Vanessa is representing BioWatch. All right, HOD, please respond.
Thanks. I will request the team, to come in and deal with the issue of inspections, and then the other colleagues to come in, and then I will, as you requested, Chairperson, I will then make the summary.
All right. Dr. Skakane.
Morning again. Morning, Chair. The first question was around the inspection of abattoirs and facilities. Firstly, we do not inspect shops. We inspect up to the level of the abattoirs and meat processing plants. The second part of that question that talks about how many people, it's quite bad because if you take the southern region alone, in fact, rather the 2 deputy director posts are vacant. There's been a few retirements of the personnel within the Directorate of Public Health. We only now are left with 2 vets in the south and 1 vet in the north and a control technician, which is quite a bit of a skeleton situation that we have. But we have, jointly with HR, started to advertise for the post, to fill those posts, especially the directors, because they've been vacant for at least 2 years. Deep tanks, the deeping sessions are ongoing. Yes, they've not been interrupted. We've got deep on stock currently, and all sessions are ongoing for dipping in the communal farmers. Second member of our house, Mr. Papas, yes, we do transgress a bit in using CSC because they're supposed to be working under supervision of a state vet. But due to the shortage of the vets and the high vacancy rate, we find ourselves using them as vets. I mean, if you take, for instance, Allerton Lab, where the structure provides for 5 vets and a deputy director, and yet we've got 1 vet. So the CS finds themselves running some sections to keep things going. Otherwise, we couldn't continue operating. And I mean, if you take, for instance, also Peter Maris State Vet Office, where the post was vacated in January, we do push state vet, the CCS vets to inspect all the compartmentalized farms throughout the province. But then we're getting away with that because all facilities now have been given a session by the national director to say we might be spreading disease. If you go inspect those facilities, we might be spreading disease from facility A to facility B. So we are sort of staying away from facilities. KwaZulu-Natal district, I stand to be corrected here, but I think last year we lost 2 people at Ogu district due to rabies. And about 3, I stand to be corrected because from memory, in Lembe district. But what we have done in those 2 districts, we've combined our efforts and brought the technical staff from other districts to vaccinate. We have pushed the number of vaccination to be very, very high, up to a point that even your outbreaks on dog population is quite limited. I wouldn't know what happened yesterday, but I think we've got very few dogs that there are very few dog outbreaks that are out there, which are an indication of successful vaccination campaigns. On the question of commercial fund versus communal fund, well, commercial farmers have got their own mechanisms to survive, but we continue to support mainly in developmental mechanisms our black farmers. We provide access for them to markets. We give them technical support, and yet we engage. We've got a permanent member on Wanali, for instance. We engage with the commercial sector of agriculture. There's an issue that was raised with Bayu Baba Uduma on the prices of beef and livestock marketing. Yes, we've been driving livestock auctions, but the challenge is that due to the fact that our people sell mature cattle that are suitable for slaughter on Nimwabo, on weddings and stuff like that, and all of those things are not taking place at the moment. This has driven their prices very low. For instance, last week, on the Suffix or Formula website was saying a kilo of beef, live weight, was 37 rand a kilo. When we went to Lady Smith, they were paying about 17 rand a kilo live weight, the buyers there. And when we dug deep, we found out that the guys that are actually buying, the few that are buying, they are buying to store so that towards the end of the year, when there's a bit of a demand and maybe we lift the current situation, they would then have the squat now and sell later. So one is a bit reluctant in driving people and pushing them to market the animals now because the prices are not well. Mature livestock association like it was, they'll tell you they're not marketing now because it's not worth it for them to sell their livestock. But we've got to balance because people need money in as much as the market is playing. Thank you, Chair.
Good day, Chairperson. It's Zwane Lomo. If I may come in on the issue of vacancies.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zwane. You've been quiet in this meeting. It's good that you're going to pay for your attendance in this meeting now.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to honorable members as well as my colleagues. Regarding the vacancies within veterinary services, we actually have a total establishment of 535 and a total of 313 is currently filled. It gives us a total of 222 that is vacant, which is then a 42% vacancy rate and a 58% occupancy rate. What we have done, we had prioritized a total of 18 on our current recruitment processes, but we also, when trying to fill positions like our state, like with our state vet, we had attempted to fill one wherein we were unsuccessful. We could not get us a suitable candidate for that particular position, which then is forcing us to also do re-advertise. Members will also recall that we shared with them our dilemma when it comes to us having a lot of vacancies. Some of them that are not funded as a result of the funds that were actually taken by provincial treasury. We are trying to juggle. The other strategy that we are now trying to implement is the utilization of the CAPS funding on the extension recovery plan, wherein we are going to be allocating a total of 25 positions, which will be funded by CASP, so that we can then try and augment capacity constraints that veterinary services is currently faced with. That is what I wanted to indicate and highlight, as well as plans that we're putting in place to augment problems of limited capacity that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mkhize.
Honorable Chairperson, I think it was an error to say Dr. Mkhize because the questions were for the vet presentation. There was nothing that was talking to the drought expenditure report that I presented.
Okay. All right. Okay, back to you, HOD.
Siyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo Bhaya, we must extend our sincere appreciation for the patience of the portfolio committee members in giving us opportunity to respond to our questions. I'm not sure, Honorable Chair, if the MEC has managed to log into the discussions. If not, I will just highlight a few things, Chairperson, that will add to what my colleagues have said. In particular, around the issue of the lockdown, there's quite a lot of discussions around the lockdown, whether it's from a medical perspective, it's the right thing, from an economical perspective, whether it's a wrong or wrong thing, and then how do you then create the balance? That also comes to play with regard to agriculture, because as much as the sector is currently under 100% open, it's not an isolated sector, it's very systemic, and its operation is linked to a number of activities. In particular, you speak of logistics and the movement of people, the access to market and different kinds of markets that the sector is dependent on. So all of that are linked to how the issue of the lockdown will be relaxed. We know that the president has made a pronouncement that come 1st of June, there's going to be a lockdown. Yes, the Premier has converged a team. We are part of that team. We are making recommendations in terms of what we consider should be in the level 2 to level 3, so that we speed up some of the economic activities without necessarily having to compromise the livelihood and of our people, because the pandemic is real. Although we need to have to strike a balance between the economy and how we manage the pandemic. So these are some of the issues that we are dealing with. In terms of our asset partnership with ATIA, it is working very well. We are currently supporting ATIA to meet the demand of all the agencies appointed nationally to supply food for DSD and other agencies. ATIA municipality has got a 600 million rand project that we are also supporting in terms of meeting the demand to provide essential demands as well around the issue of food supply. So we are having partners that are on board to assist that our farmers are also having access to market. Yesterday, the NEC was at King Ketwayo, where they were launching a project in terms of looking at reopening some of the fish produce market today, and also making sure that our emerging producers, they do have access to us market. That is the biggest issue that we are all trying to deal with at the moment. And in terms of the auctions, we remember, Chairperson, even us as the Department of Agriculture, we had livestock that was due for auction. I signed off during the week. Our auction dates will be announced probably tomorrow. On Monday we will start now publicizing our auction dates, because we've got an overstock of livestock in our research centers, which at the moment we can't sustain in terms of the feed. So we need to speed up the auction around that as well. And we are monitoring auctions around the province. Our veterinary team is closely watching that. In terms of export market and reviving the sector as a whole, which is agriculture, Professor Modi is leading a team. Sandy from Guanawi is part of the team. We have Lindy Konza, who's an ICT specialist serving in the Presidential 4IR Commission. We've brought in our own experts in terms of Dr. Kwabe, who is specializing on indigenous crops, because we want to enter into that space where we propagate more research on indigenous crops as well, because that is where we'll be able now to provide new opportunities in terms of nutritional requirements for the future, because people's behavior will change, and the eating behavior will now focus on what is more nutritious than any lecherous food that people who are currently consuming. So we are working around that to make sure that we've got propagations that are giving us key findings that will assist agricultural farming, and they also advise us in terms of what seeds are appropriate to be farmed in the near future. Instead of all our farmers now, everybody's planting butternut, and there's no market for butternut, and that is where we're trying to look at. So we are also developing finalizing our KZN agricultural master plan. We are aligning the master plan with the national master plan as well, because there's current ongoing consultation between national and provinces. Our consultation was held last week, Saturday. The very same work stream, which is developing the recovery plan, was part of the consultation. However, we do have our challenges with national department. They seem not to want to share some of their working documents. So it's a challenge that we are currently discussing with the DG, so that they can release documents that will assist us to develop our master plan as well.
So the master plan, our master plan will speak to our vision. It will speak in terms of our new catalytic projects that we want to unfold. It will also respond to the government the resolution that we adopted. So, Chairperson, that is where we are. We believe through all these interventions, we'll create a new value ecosystem that will support our commercial farmers and our emerging farmers at the very same time. Because we need to make sure that our commercial farmers are sustained as well and are able to meet the food requirements. At the very same time, we continue to support our emerging farmers and create a space for them to migrate into commercial farmers. So basically, Chairperson, that is the bigger picture of where we want to go to going forward as a department of agriculture in KZN. Thank you, Chairperson.
MSc. MSc, are you with us?
Chairperson.
Thank you,
Hello?
MSc. Yes, MSc.
Honorable members and the team from DART and all the stakeholders. Safe to say, Chair, there are issues that we would love you to give us the issue of what are we doing with the research, and as the team has we are working on that to strengthen the social of the issue of VET, the comments that have been made by the team, by the honorable members. We are going to go back and strengthen ourselves on those. I think with the issue of filling up of the cost, it should be clear that whilst we're in the process of trying to speed up the process, unfortunately, I think
we have a challenge, the MEC.
Oh,
Maybe.
Akuzwakali, Chairman.
So right here, manje.
Akuzwakali, Chairman.
So right here.
Okay. All right. Thanks. No, Chair, what I want to say, with the presentation that has been done with by team, aside that the issues that you have raised, we are going to go back and look at them. And in the research part of our department and on the vet side. But with the employment, as I've indicated earlier on, the challenge, as the team also indicated, it was the fact when we were about to speak the plan that we presented, unfortunately, the pandemic kicks in and the lockdown. We could not move any further, but we'll try by all means to convert the situation as we move on. A lot of intervention that we are trying to do to meet the requirement and also to meet the mandate of the department. But with the that we have with the committee, I'm certain that we are going to meet the targets that we have set for ourselves. And with your committee doing oversight, we are pleased to say that we are comfortable. The commitment is there that we want to commit ourselves and say, as the department, all the issues that we are raising, and we are not seeing them as being spiteful or being something else, but we understand that you are assisting us to ensure that at the end of the day, the service delivery of our people in the province is done and people go to bed having had a meal, at least 1 meal a day, other than the time that we are looking at where people will go to bed without a meal, even one meal a day. So on that, Chair, we want to appreciate the giving us and the guidance that the committee is giving to us. We are saying that we are still committed to move on and work with you. Where we have not done right, we would want to correct. Where we have done correct, then we'll then come and tell the committee and then take the credit as. But I think as agriculture, there are a lot of things that we need to do to revitalize the department and ensure that the demands that are out there for our people. On the food security, we're planning to move with speed as the team has presented. On that note, Chair, I want to appreciate that my line has not been well. Times I could not hear you, you could not hear me. But very much for giving us this opportunity. We're hoping that working together we can do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, that was the last item of engagement with the department. And if there are no follow-up questions, allow me to thank the MEC, HOD, and the entire team from Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the responses they have provided to the members on the questions that have been raised in the course of this meeting. Questions from both members and the stakeholders that are participating in our meeting today. HOD, we have noted all the reports that and the responses, and we must put it on record that we acknowledge the significant improvement on Q4 performance, as alluded by members in their comments earlier on. We are really hopeful that the trend that we are seeing on this report as compared to the previous financial year's report will continue as we move on in the new financial year. Having said that, HOD, we remain concerned as this portfolio committee with the under-expenditure or underperformance in some of the sub-programs, especially under Program 2 and Program 3, as these two programs represent the core mandate of the department and service delivery in terms of what KwaZulu-Natal wants to do in transforming the agricultural sector in the province. The report on the food security during the COVID-19 is also welcomed, and members have noted the report, although there's a feeling that it was not really talking to interventions on the challenges posed by on the interventions the department has planned on the challenges posed by the existence of this virus in KwaZulu-Natal. But we are hoping that as we continue to engage with you, we will be able to find each other in terms of these issues. On the issue of drought relief, HOD and MEC, if we are still there, this fund was meant for a specific purpose. Whilst we commend your decision of not succumbing to the pressure on price increases, we do feel that as a department, you can do much, much better in ensuring that the department is responsive to issues that are affecting our farmers on the ground as they come. Especially because this one fund, Honorable HOD, was meant to deal with the drought that you yourselves have reported to this committee that destroyed the more than 1,000 or thousands of livestock in the province, and the livestock in particular from the emerging and communal farmers in the province. So to sit here today and receive a report that that fund was not utilized for that purpose really doesn't sit well to us as members of this portfolio committee, but we do accept the approach that we have presented, that whatever that we have procured currently, you are not going to just distribute it because it's available in the department. You are going to use it to intervene during the winter season. I think that will help, but we think that a fund should have been used for the purpose it was meant for, HOD and Honorable MEC. Having said that, MEC and HOD, we have quite a number of resolutions that we have taken or that we are going to take on Q4, as well as other reports that you have presented to us. Those resolutions will be forwarded to the department so that you can respond to prior or in our next meeting. At this point, honorable members, allow me to release the department to go and continue doing their good work in wherever they are deployed today. And we will proceed with the committee matters, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair.
Stakeholders are welcome to remain. The other stakeholders are welcome to remain if they so wish, but if they feel that it's enough for them today, they are also welcome to leave the meeting.
Hayi siyabonga Sihlalo, thanks.
All right, HOD. Honorable members, we now move to committee items. Uh, 3.1 adoption of minutes of the previous meetings. The first set is the meeting held on the 21st of April 2020. Page 1. Page 2.
Sicela ukuwavula nathi Sihlalo. Oh, hayi siyawafakile, it's fine.
Okay. Page 3. Four. 5.